So we're back into the Tariq al-Fatash. Tariq al-Fatash. Timbuktu Chronicles Part 2, Songhay Dynasty. Alright, history. We're gonna do a live read. And this is gonna be very interesting. This is a Muslim kingdom, or at least somewhat Muslim kingdom, right before the transatlantic slave trade that's in West Africa. Let's get into it, man. Let's see what we can learn. There's a lot of distractions in the world. And I think my people still have a lot of questions. We're very curious about the past, history, and the world around us and what's going on. So I'm gonna explore this, man. I know this is unconventional. A lot of people, they don't do this. I do it for my benefit. I always wanted to read this. I always wanted to read the Tariq al-Sudan, which is in Arabic. I'm a curious person, and I have this intuition that what we know today is not the same knowledge that they had in the past. And I feel like it's possible we got information that's been altered or changed. And if we looked into the sources from that time, we might find stuff that'll make us think about things differently. But nonetheless, man, let's get into this. This is the introduction, years 1913, 1914, by Octave Hudus and Maurice Delafosse. So I know these are the initial translators of that Ajami text, or that Arabic local linguistic text for the Tariq al-Fatash, what they call the Tariq al-Fatash, which documents the history of the Songhay. So we politicking, man. Let's go. So again, we're working in the 15th century. So it says, for some 20 years now, we have known for the existence of an unpublished work from the Western Sudan. So these are the Frenchmen that are speaking in this introduction right now. Written in the 16th century of our era in Timbuktu, or in the Timbuktu region, by a man named Mahmoud Kati, known by regional scholars under the title of Al-Fatashi. Felix Dubois, in his Timbuktu, the Mysterious 1896, had described. Oh my goodness, was I on mute this entire time? Let me see. Let me see. Y'all be hiding in the bushes just listening, not even saying nothing, man. Y'all niggas just some weirdos, bro. Come on. Oh, no, I wasn't. So, okay, y'all can hear me. All right, let's do it. So it says, or in the Timbuktu region, by a man named Mahmoud Kati, known by regional scholars under the title of Al-Fatashi, which means the seeker. Felix Dubois, in his Timbuktu, the Mysterious 1896, had described this work as the fundamental basis of all ancient historical research in the Niger region. So this history is reliant on this single text, this individual account. Excuse me, y'all, I'm stuffy. Let me see if I got some drops. I'm not sick, but I learned to always keep a little medicine around here and there at all times, because you never know when you might get a little sick. And even when I'm not sick, sometimes I'll pop these in. All right. Dubois revealed this this work's importance to the world, but all his efforts to procure a copy were in vain. All that Dubois could obtain were brief fragments, nearly identical to one another, and offering very little of interest, as each consisted of alleged prophecies announcing the coming of a great caliph to the western Sudan. The Muslims of Timbuktu and Jenne claimed that the original of this chronicle had vanished long ago and that all subsequent copies had been destroyed in the early 19th century by orders of Seku Ahmadu, or Sheikh Ahmadu, son of Ahmadu Lobo, founder of the Bari Fulani dynasty, or Sangare at Messina. So let's do a little research. Bari Fulani. Bari Fulani dynasty. Let's see who these people are. They say the guy who wanted to destroy the copies was from there. It's telling me the term Bari Fulani dynasty likely refers to the dynasties established by the Fulani people in West Africa, particularly those that emerged from the 19th century jihad led by Uthman Dan Fodio. This movement resulted in the establishment of powerful states like the Sokoto Caliphate and the Messina Emirate, with the Fulani establishing new ruling dynasties, such as the Malawa dynasty in Zazao. The word Bari could be a misspelling of a regional. Okay. All right. However, the reasons given by this text's destruction always seem vague and unsatisfactory. In 1911, Benel de Mézières, who was commissioned by M. Clausel, the governor of Upper Senegal, to explore the regions of Timbuktu and Taoudeni, assiduously applied himself to the task of locating historical works on this region. Okay, who's this Bonel de Mézières dude? Bonel de Mézières. Okay, this is him right here. So he died in Mauritania, but he looks like a European. So this guy, oh, this is in French. Let's go to English. He was a French explorer, trader, and administrator, born in 1870. Where's Cambrai? So he's from France. Explorer, trader. And we do know the French were in Senegal. That's why they speak French over there. So they got a whole biography on this dude. He volunteered in the 5th. This is poorly written. This is why I don't even want to read this. I don't know who put together his, I don't even know. This is poorly written. This is making my head spin just looking at that wiki page. That was unsatisfactory right there. All right. His profound knowledge of Islam, his skills of negotiation, as well as his calm and reflective approach, soon enabled him to gain the confidence of important representatives from religious and literary circles. As a consequence, he succeeded at last in acquiring a manuscript from the personal library of Sidi Muhammad al-Imam ibn al-Suyuti, a learned doctor from the madrasa of Timbuktu that was considered to be very rare and precious. Okay. He acquired a manuscript from the personal library of Sidi Muhammad al-Imam ibn al-Suyuti, a learned doctor from the madrasa of Timbuktu. He was commissioned by M. Clausel, the governor of Upper Senegal. So in 1911, What is the status of Senegalese government? Let's see what's going on. 1911 in Senegal. It was a colony of France and part of the larger federation known as French West Africa. Let's look into that. French West Africa. Oh my gosh, I hate Britannica, bro. I swear I do. It's the most wonky app. Okay. Damn. So the French was trying to stake claim to Black Africa, or even North Africa too. Rio de Oro stayed yellow. So, oh, that's Spanish. Okay. So it's the Spanish and French in West Africa. And then you got a little bit of the British and a tiny bit that are still independent. Oh, that's US Liberia. Okay. Liberia is the only independent country in West Africa at this time. Okay. Let's go back to the Tariq al-Fatah. The manuscript on the history of the Sudan, although fragmentary in some respects, was believed in Timbuktu to be the only extant copy of an ancient work of great importance. Banel de Mezieres requested that a copy of it be made for him under the direction of Al-Imam Ibn al-Suyuti, who himself revised the manuscript by adding a concluded note in his own handwriting. Quote, a collection of biographies of the kings of Songhay and an historical fragment on the kings of the Sudan of the ancient Songhay dynasty, such as the Sultan Kayamaga and the Sultan of Mali, Kankan Musa. The name of the author of this manuscript remains unknown due to the disappearance of 1 or 2 pages at the beginning. The author lived in the 9th century of the Hijra. The copy ordered by Banel de Mezieres was placed at the disposition of the School of Oriental Languages by Governor Clausel, so that it might be translated and published if the interest it aroused seemed to merit publication, so that it might also be deposited in the archives of the National Library. It is this copy that we have called Manuscript B. Okay, so this is giving us the backstory of the document, how they got it, who got it, what was going on at the time. So this is around 1911, 1912, 1913, 1914. The France are controlling Senegal. They're controlling most of West Africa and parts of Northwest Africa. From the first glimpse, we could see that the work discovered by Banel de, just going to call him Banel, which was completely unknown at the time in Europe, was a document of the highest importance for the history of the Sudan, in that it added to information that was already provided by the Tariq al-Sudan in a quite fortunate fashion. All right, so we got to talk about this. I've only been able to find it in like Arabic and French, and I don't speak French, so it's a challenge. I got to get my hands on this though. So the Tariq al-Sudan, or Tariq al-Sudan, is a West African chronicle written in Arabic in around 1655 by the chronicler of Timbuktu. So 1655. Al-Sadi. All right, it provides the single most important primary source for the history of the Songhay Empire. It and the Tariq al-Fatah, another 17th century chronicle, giving a history of Songhay are together known as the Timbuktu Chronicles. The author Abdul Rahman al-Sadi was born on May 28th, 1594, and died at an unknown date sometime after 1655-56, the last date to be mentioned in his chronicle. He spent most of his life working for the Moroccan Arma bureaucracy. Moroccan Arma bureaucracy. Huh. Arma is an ethnic group of the Middle Niger Valley descended from Moroccan invaders of the 16th century. Ain't never even heard of them. Let's go and see who these people are. So they're gonna be Moroccan and what, Sudanese or something? Trying to find a picture. I don't see a picture on them, but there is a Wikipedia page on these people. So it just says the Arma people is an ethnic group of the Middle Niger River Valley descended from Moroccan invaders of the 16th century. The name, applied by other groups, derives from the word Adruma, fusiliers. The Arma ethnicity is distinct from, but sometimes confused with, the 3.6 million Zarma people of Western Niger, who predate the Moroccan invasion and speak the Zarma language, also a member of the Songhay languages. Oh, okay. As of 1986, there were some 20,000 self-identified Arma in Mali, mostly around Timbuktu, the Middle Niger Bend, and the Inner Niger Delta. So then we go back to that war, the Moroccan Songhay War. So it says the 1590 expedition sent to conquer the Songhay Empire trade routes by the Saadi dynasty of Morocco was made up of 4,000 Moroccan, Morisco refugees, and European renegades. Moriscos were former Muslims and their descendants whom the Catholic Church in Habsburg Spain commanded to forcibly convert to Christianity or face compulsory exile after Spain outlawed Islam. Spain had a sizable Muslim population, the Mudahars, in the early 16th century. So the expulsion of the Moriscos was decreed by King Philip III of Spain on April 9th, 1609. The Moriscos were descendants of Spain's Muslim population who had been forced to convert to Christianity since the Spanish were fighting wars in the Americas, feeling threatened by the Ottomans raiding along the Spanish coast, and by two Morisco revolts in the century since Islam was outlawed in Spain. It seems that the expulsions were a reaction to an internal problem of the stretched Spanish Empire. Between 1609 and 1614, the crown systematically expelled Moriscos through a number of decrees affecting Spain's various kingdoms with varying levels of success. Between 1492 and 1610, about 3 million Muslims left or were expelled from Spain. 3 million. Although initial estimates of the number expelled, such as those of Henry Lepar, okay, I'm not reading that. All right, so this all ties in because this is happening at the same time. So why did it bring up these Arma people? Oh, this guy, okay, the writer of the Tariq al-Sudan. He worked under the Moroccan bureaucracy. So it seems like once the Moroccans conquered the Songhay, the Moroccans were controlling the empire and probably mixed into the empire, had Songhay women, and created an ethnic group, a ruling ethnic class in the region. The only thing about this is doesn't give you a clear geographical region. Okay, hold on. It's of Jene. Yes, it does actually. In the Messina region of inland Niger Delta. So let's look into the Jene. Okay. So that's Jene's in Mali. Okay. We're gonna scale it right back. Come back to the document. We also surmise that the pages still missing were significant enough that it would be worth the effort to seek out a second copy, in effect to fill in the missing blanks of the first manuscript, if possible, and to correct the passages that seemed uh, of a first reading to be of doubtful authenticity. I think that's what it says. Blurry. Benel, to whom we communicated our desires, immediately wrote a letter to Al-Imam Ibn al-Suyuti. The latter informed him that, in spite of all his efforts, he had been unable to locate a copy, other than the one already in his possession, which had already been copied, i.e. manuscript B. However, to demonstrate his goodwill, he included his own personal manuscript with his letter so that this copy could be compared to the one recently made. This copy, which we have called manuscript A, because oh man, I can't even see what that says. It is older than the one ordered by de Misieres. It's certainly not the author's original manuscript, but it is without a doubt quite ancient, judging by the condition of the paper and the color of the ink. Let's see if we could get a picture of these manuscripts. Timbuktu Chronicle manuscripts. Mm-hmm. I might have to pull this up and read some of this. Now we got the technology to do translations and all that. Just use the AI, do the scan, put it into the Google Translate, and see what it gives you back. Gotta check its work though, so I might do that since I could read the Arabic, or at least I know the script. Look, most of the manuscripts remain unstudied and uncatalogued, and their total number is unknown, affording only rough estimates. So they still getting these documents together. Some manuscripts contain instructions on nutrition and therapeutic properties of desert plants, whilst others debate matters such as polygamy, money lending, and slavery. The manuscripts include catalogs of spells and incantations, astrology, fortune telling, black magic, necromancy, or communication with the dead by summoning their spirits to discover hidden knowledge, geomancy, or divining marks on the ground made from tossed rocks, dirt, and sand, hydromancy, reading the future from the ripples made from a stone cast into a pool of water, and other occult objects. A volume titled Advising Men on Sexual Engagement with Their Women acted as a guide on aphrodisiacs and infertility remedies, as well as offering advice on winning back their wives. Oh, wow. So this is, hey man, I just wonder who's read these documents. With the demise of Arabic education in Mali, especially under French colonial rule, appreciation for the medieval manuscripts declined in Timbuktu, and many were being sold off. Time magazine related the account of an imam who picked up 4 of them for $50 each. In 2008, one of the households was flooded, destroying 700 manuscripts. That is crazy, bro. That history just gone. 4,203 of Timbuktu's manuscripts were burned or stolen following the fall of Timbuktu in the northern Mali conflict between 2012 and 2013 by the Islamist rebels of Ansar Dine. The Ahmed Baba Institute and the library, both containing thousands of manuscripts, were said to have been burnt as the Islamists retreated from Timbuktu. 90% of these manuscripts were saved by the population organized around the NGO. That's in French. Okay, how did they save 90% of them? Some 350,000 manuscripts were transported to safety, and 300,000 of them were still in Bamako in 2022. If they burnt them, how did they save them? That's what I want to know. Okay. Let's see. Meanwhile, wait, let me see. This manuscript indeed proved to be very useful to us, for it permitted us to verify that manuscript B contained some omissions and a significant number of inadvertent errors. Moreover, the marginal notes included in manuscript A made it easier to comprehend the content of the manuscripts, as well as the proper names and certain words that are specific to Sudanese languages. And they're talking about Western Sudan. Meanwhile, we had still been unable to find the opening pages of this work and also did not know the title and the name of the author. We did note, however, that manuscript A included 3 something pages, isolated, outdated, something pages, written in the same handwriting as the main body of the work. One of these pages was a fragment taken from the Tariq al-Sudan, and there were 2 other pages that were created that treated the same materials as the work itself. These pages seem to us to be detached fragments from the part that was missing. In the course of a new mission undertaken in 1912, Bunnell recorded a legend about the origins of the Songhay people, which he was told come from an extract of the famous Fatashi manuscript. He communicated this news to Governor Clozel, who then passed it on to us. It occurred to us that the contents of this extract were identical to a legend recorded in one of the isolated pages of manuscript A. After comparing this discovery with the earlier findings of Felix Dubois, we speculated that the work found at the home of Al-Imam Ibn al-Suyuti in 1911 was none other than the Fatashi, so long sought after with no success. Okay. So they're just talking about how they found it. It was not long before our hypothesis was confirmed. Near the end of the same year, in effect 1912, we had the opportunity to discuss our research with the administrator of the colonies, Mr. Brevy, who had served for several years as head of the Bureau of Political Affairs in Upper Senegal, Niger, and who maintained a lively interest in the history of the Western Sudan. After we mailed to Mr. Brevy a portion of our translation of manuscripts A and B, he told us that he recognized the contents of these, whatever that says, passages from an Arabic manuscript that he had recently acquired at Case. It seemed that Mr. Brevy possessed yet another copy of the Fatashi, acquired on May 29th, 1912, which had been copied under the direction of a Muslim notable named Abdullahi Waliba from a very ancient original that was in terrible condition. Upon our request, Mr. Brevy graciously sent us his manuscript, which we have called Manuscript C. Manuscript C was indeed the same work that had first been discovered by Bunnell, but this copy was completely intact. It was also inscribed with its true title, Tariq al-Fatash, as well as the name of its author, Mahmoud Kati, or rather one of its authors, as we will soon see. Not only did manuscript C contain all of the pages, which had been missing to both A and B. It also contained the preface and an entire chapter that appeared in long form in C but was truncated in A and B. Moreover, manuscript C also contained several passages that had been omitted in the two others. It even included a separate special chapter on the Shi Ali, which corresponded word for word with an identical chapter in the Tariq al-Sudan. Hence, we do not believe it was necessary to reproduce this chapter in our whatever edition of the Arab text, nor to translate it in our volume. We would nonetheless like to draw attention to this important chapter, which may or may not have been copied from a manuscript of the Tariq al-Sudan. In fact, the precision of this latter work may be due to the possibility that its author borrowed from the author of the Tariq al-Fatash. This hypothesis is actually the most plausible one, since this chapter contains passages that may have enabled the author of the Tariq al-Sudan to revise his work by comparing it to passages from the Tariq al-Fatash. The opening passages of A and B furnish us with an explanation of the traditions that attributes to Sekou Ahmadu the destruction of all known copies of the Tariq al-Fatash. In effect, these pages record various prophecies that herald the coming to the Sudan of the last of 12 great caliphs once foretold by the Prophet Muhammad. As it turns out, Sekou Ahmadu enjoyed pretending that he was the 12th great caliph. Aware of these prophecies recorded in the Tariq al-Fatash, Sekou Ahmadu undoubtedly wished to alter them in subtle ways so that they could be applied to himself and confirm that he was the 12th great caliph foretold by the Prophet Muhammad. It is likely that he destroyed all known copies of the Tariq al-Fatash that were not amended, or at least those sections of the manuscript that might contradict his claims. This would explain how the first chapter of the manuscript of Imam Ibn al-Sayyuti came to be altered, and how all the passages of the Tariq al-Fatash we have known, oh man, that's blurry. Something thus far mentioned the coming of a caliph named Ahmad to Messina at the beginning of the 19th century of our era. In other words, Sekou Ahmadu widely circulated these passages to serve his own political interests. So he's changing the history, changing the text. If this is so, it is very likely the copy which was acquired by Mr. Breviat Kays is one of those copies altered by Sekou Ahmadu, recounting in precise terms a prophetic utterance dating back several centuries from a historical point of view. This utterance is otherwise of little interest. In the work itself, the prophecy amounts to little more than a curiosity of marginal significance. Let's see how much more I got to go. Oof, what an introduction. Salam. What's up, Kareem? I'm just reading about this West African history in these. So I learned Tariq al-Fatash, the al-Fatash, the seeker. That part is named after the author. So the author of the Timbuktu manuscript or work, he's known as al-Fatash, but his actual name is Mahmoud Kati, something like that. Mahmoud Kati. But it's named after him, so they call it the Tariq al-Fatash, the history of the seeker. Okay. In any event, this is how we found ourselves in possession of all the key elements necessary for the reconstruction, with few doubts about its integrity, of a work of the first order on the history of the Sudan. A work which provides a wealth of precise information on the political organization, both administration and social, in the interior countries of the Western Sudan around the time of the around the time of the Moroccan conquest at the end of the 16th century. For manuscripts A, B, and C, we have first edited the Arabic text of A, B, and C of the Tariq al-Fatash, and then prepared the translation. These three manuscripts are not in equally good condition. The oldest, which is A, is certainly in the best shape, especially to the sense that it probably contains fewer divergencies from the original text. Here, proper names and indigenous expressions are rendered and vocalized with greater care. Manuscript B is only a recent copy of manuscript A. Some errors in manuscript A have been corrected in this version of the Tariq al-Fatash, but in spite of Al-Imam Ibn al-Suyuti's careful work, there remain a few slips of the pen, textual omissions, and obvious missteps. Manuscript C, however, is generally in poor condition. In these works of Abdullaye Wali Ba himself, this manuscript was made from an often unreadable copy, and it was drafted by a scribe with questionable proficiency in the Arabic language. Hence the significant number of major errors it contains. The fact remains, manuscript C has the obvious advantage over the other two of being the only complete copy. Each time that we encountered an something discrepancy in the three manuscripts, we adopted the version presented in manuscript A, and we have taken great care in our annotations to clarify which version we adopted. In any event, it is obvious that the original work must have also contained many textual errors. It is important not to lose sight of the fact that the authors of this history were not Arabs, nor were they native Arabic speakers. They were blacks of Soninke origin, whose everyday language was Songhay, which explains the text deviations. As a consequence, it is hardly surprising that their writing in Arabic is sometimes imperfect. At times, it is frankly obscure, and if not for the care taken by the scribe of manuscript A, especially in the vocalization of words with more than one meaning, the interpretation of some passages would be terribly difficult. Stylistic faults are numerous, as are grammatical and spelling errors. For instance, the indicative is often employed in cases where the subjective form would be more appropriate. Certain verbs and pronouns are incorrectly presented in plural form. Several adjectives or verbs are presented in masculine form when they should be in feminine form. Certain verbal forms are something employed in ways that are not widely accepted among Arabic speakers. The exact title of the work, the one given in manuscript C, is Tariq al-Fatash fi Akbar al-Budan wa al-Juyush wa Akabin, An-Nas. If pronounced in the Sudanese manner of Arabic, the title would appear as Tariqul Fatasi fi Akbar Budani wa Duriyasi wa Akabiri Innasi, a rendition containing the attractions of rhyme in what otherwise a plain-sounding Arabic title. In its abridged and more current form, the work is referred to as Al-Fatashi or simply Fatasi. Its general subject should be clear from the lengthy title. It consists of a collection of documents that are intended to facilitate further research into the history and origins of the towns and kingdoms of the Sudan, its royal dynasties and tribes, both noble and servile, Important military expeditions and consequences in the remarkable personages who once lived in these lands. All right, let's see how much more I got. All right, almost done. This is very interesting though, and I feel like it's important. Uh, Black people, we don't really know this history. We don't read it. It's not given to us, and we don't have the strongest interest either. But this could change the way you view the world. This is why I like history. Change the way you view people, how you think about people, their history, who they are, what they're going through. And I feel like this is, an authentic West African document and account of history. All right, so important military expeditions and the consequences, and the remarkable personages who once lived in these lands. The authors concerned themselves above all with sketching out the history and the organization of the Songhay Empire during the dynasties of the Askias of Gao, from the time of the reign of Al-Hajj Muhammad 1493 to 1529 through the Moroccan conquest 1591. So it's like 100-year history. But they also speak of the powerful ancient states of the Western Sudan, which preceded the hegemony of the Askias, most notably the Empire of Kayamaga, the Diaz Kingdom, the Mali or Mandinka Empire, and the dynasty of the Shis, who occupied the throne of the Songhay before the coming of the Askias. So right there, I'm gonna guess the Askias are the Muslim rulers of the Songhay. Maybe the Shis weren't Muslim. I'm trying to think of what could be different about them. Or it could be simply the fact that they just different families, different ruling families, different dynasties. The author, who gives his name at the beginning of the work and who is reputed to be father of the Fatashi in oral traditions that were gathered by Felix Dubois in 1895, called himself Mahmoud Kati or Mahmoud Koti. This pronunciation of his last name remaining uncertain. He was of Wakuri origin, that is to say, he was Soninke, formerly called Sarakole. He lived at Timbuktu, but was related by marriage to a family living in Karina, or in the province of Tindirma, where his descendants probably live to this day. Okay. He performed the functions of a sharta judge and merited the title of Alpha, or a doctor or jurist, by virtue of his scholarly reputation. Hence, he was sometimes referred to as Sidi Mahmoud Kati, sometimes as Qadi Mahmoud Kati, and sometimes as Alpha Kati. His full name was Mahmoud Kati ibn al-Hajj al-Mutawakkil Kati, and it is under and it is under this name that he is mentioned in the Tariq al-Fatash. Oh, Tariq al-Sudan. Sorry. He was born, that looks like what, 1460 something, 1468 of our era, and began composing his work at the age of something in 1519. After identifying himself as such, he was a personal something of the Askia Al Hajj Muhammad, a personal friend whom he accompanied in Mecca. So the writer of the Tariq al Sudan, or no, he's mentioned in the Tariq al Sudan. He's the writer of the Tariq al Fatash, I believe. He was a personal friend of one of the kings, one of the Songhay kings. All right, so whom he accompanied in Mecca. He was also one of Askia Muhammad's most influential advisors. He must have lived until a very advanced age, especially if he was a witness to the Moroccan conquest. According to the Tariq al Sudan, he did not die until 1593, year 1002 of our era. Who's writing this? Year 1002 after the Hijra. That's what it says, after the Hijra. So that means the Hijra was in 591, something like that. No, wait. Yeah, something's off. Okay, anyway, which means he would have been 125 years old. His death took place at Arcoya or Arcodia, not far in southeast of whatever that says. He was buried at Timbuktu near the tomb of Ahmad ibn al-Hajj Ahmad, the father of Ahmad Baba. Gotta change my way I'm sitting. My neck is starting to hurt. I'm almost done with this reading. So far, it's been a good read, though. This is important history. So, despite his extraordinary longevity, which is confirmed in a passage of the Tariq al-Fatash, he obviously did not record of the events that are described. He obviously did not record, I'm gonna guess that says all the events that are described in this book, given the fact that the narrative itself ends in the year 1599, 6 years after the death of Mahmud Kati, in that it alludes to historical dates up until the year 1665. In reality, he could not have written more than a relatively small portion of the Tariq al-Fatash himself, though we know without a doubt that he wrote most of the first 6 chapters, which, along with the doxology and preface, consist of a panegyric, something on Askia al-Hajj Muhammad, and the great person, something something, into his chronicle. He also composed a note on the something of Mali. Oh, I can't read this. Beyond these pages, he had read certain passages. Okay. All right, we're at the last pages. Oy. In effect, Mahmud Kati could not have completed the entire work, but he wrote it with the idea of continuing it from the unique point of view, composing it from his notes and other diverse documents. His children, several of whom occupied important social positions, also left behind numerous papers and notes. In the end, the son of one of his daughters turned these various family documents to profit by completing the manuscript. Why is this coming up? Always. All right. In the end, the son of one of his daughters turned these various family manuscripts to profit by completing the manuscript, coordinating these materials, and concluding the tale that was begun by his grandfather. The Tariq al-Fatash is the, whatever that says, of a collaboration between grandfather, uncles, and grandsons, but the actual editor of the work was the grandson of Mahmud Kati, while the grandfather was the one who inspired it. The book's true editor chose to remain anonymous, saying nothing about his own personal identity and the date of his birth. He simply informs us that his father was named Al something Gombele, and that his mother was the daughter of Alpha Mahmud Kati. He also speaks to us of his maternal uncles, the son of Mahmud Kati, and acknowledges that he has hereby made a contribution toward preserving their memory. His uncles, Qadi Ismail Kati, Qadi Muhammad Al-Amin Kati, and finally Yusuf Kati. The narrative itself, roughly speaking, ends in 1599, but with regard to certain personages, the last of these two authors' dates go back as far as 1665. One could therefore estimate that the Tariq al-Fatash, which was begun in 1519 by Mahmud Kati, was completed by his grandson Ibn al-Mukhtar around 1665. At the earliest, some dozen years after the completion of the Tariq al-Sudan by Abd al-Rahman al-Sadi. Okay, so they're producing these historical works contemporaneously. This is very interesting history. And we haven't even gotten to what's inside of it yet. It can therefore be said that the Tariq al-Fatash was written both before and after the Tariq al-Sudan. Did I miss a line? Okay. In concluding this introduction, we would like to offer a most sincere thanks to Banal de Mezieres, who in being the first to procure a copy of the Tariq al-Fatash, rendered something service to the scholarly study of history, and then to Muhammad al-Imam ibn al-Sayyuti, who agreed to assist us in bringing our work to fruition by entrusting us with a manuscript of such great value, one which he himself held in very high esteem. We would also like to acknowledge the friendly something of administrative brevity, without which we could not publish a complete version of the text, nor could we have something the author of the work with any certainty, or identify the author of the work. Okay, finally, we would like to acknowledge the contribution of Governor Lozel, who placed the first known copy of the Tariq al-Fatash at the something of the School of Oriental Languages, who financed something with customary generosity. Whew. Okay, so that's the introduction. And then we get the actual translation of this history, the Tariq al-Fatash Chronicle of the Seeker, serving as an account of the towns, armies, and leading figures of the Takrur. So when we study African history, it gets a little bit confusing for Black Americans, because there's always a different name for this group, but this group is also called by this group, because now I'm seeing Takrur when before it was Soninke. So I gotta ask, Soninke versus Takrur. And I also hear another one like Tukulor. There's another one. So this, okay, here we got here. It says Soninke refers to a West African ethnic group in their empire, the Ghana Empire, while Takrur was a separate later state located among the Senegal River. The two were distinct entities. So why are they called Takrur, but then before they were called Soninke? Oh, see the AI sometimes don't even be given the right answers. But it says Takrur is a Soninke clan originally from Ouagadougou. Okay. So they're a clan of the Takrur uh, state. Was a state based on the Senegal River in modern day Senegal, which was at its height in the 11th and 12th centuries, roughly parallel to the Ghana Empire. It lasted in some form into the 18th century. Hmm. Okay. You know, I gotta take a trip to Africa, man. I have to go, bro. I gotta go to West Africa. It's not a hot spot. I don't see a lot of people wanting to visit, study it, care about it. I think I gotta go check it out for myself. So that's what I'm gonna do. You heard it here first, Kareem. I'm taking a trip to West Africa. I don't know where. I don't know if it's gonna be Nigeria. I don't know if it's gonna be Senegal, Mali. I'm not sure yet, but I'm gonna go. I have to. I have to do it. We gotta figure it out. All right, I'm getting off of here, man. It's been an hour. I'll be back probably tomorrow, do another hour of reading. And we're gonna actually let me read the first page of this. Because now we're actually inside the book. So here's the first page. Invocation in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. May God bestow his blessings upon our esteemed Prophet Muhammad and his family and his companions. May he grant them his favors. Recorded here are the words of the wise sheikh, the erudite jurist, the Qadi of integrity, of austerity, of scrupulosity, of saintliness, of erudition, of piety, the devout Siddi Muhammad Kati al Kormini, who hailed from a family of Kormina, who resided at Timbuktu, and who was of Wakuri origin. God, the Most High, show him your mercy. Grant to him the favor he deserves, so let it be done. Then we got a doxology. Glory to God, the unique in sovereignty, in power, in glory, in authority, in mastery, in victory, in goodness, in mercifulness, the sovereign, the avenger, the powerful, the generous, who created the heavens and the earth, who taught Adam the names of all things, and who reigned in the princes and shepherds of the people, both those who were proud and boastful and those who were good and pious. He put every one of them, he put every one of them to the test in order to menace them and chastise them through the implement of his eminent messengers. Wow. I don't even hear Muslims write about God like this. Oh, sorry. Arabs write about God like this. This is very high honors and praise to God to start this off. So I might just kick back and read this on my own and come back tomorrow to continue it. and do it like that. But this is very interesting, man. I think I might have found something. So when I go into it, I'm really gonna go into it, man, and explore and go on a journey. I might go through a metamorphosis. You know what I'm saying? This is amazing to see this. And they say these are Black Americans like ancestors. And we're not even taught this. It's kind of fucked up. You know what I mean? And they say Black Americans got an identity crisis. Well, part of it could be niggas don't know these stories. Niggas don't know these stories right here. Wow. This is all about God, 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 God. You know what I mean? This is all about God. So this history is actually after Virginia in 1619 with those original slaves that were brought over. I believe that's the history. You got the Massachusetts colony is probably, let me see, Massachusetts colony. Date 1630. So this history in the Tariq al-Fatash is being written around the same time about the Songhay dynasty, who are like ruling right before we get the Massachusetts colony in the New World or in America. Right around the same time, um, those first slaves were brought to Virginia. They said the Moroccans came in what 1591. So it's the Moroccans that are in control of this territory for the most part. They says these renegade Moroccan, Spanish, European, and Arab coalition, and there probably was some niggas too, if we're being real. But I don't know why they don't put that in there. They want to make it seem like there was no black people that was on the Moroccan side, and that just wouldn't make sense historically. We already know there were groups of West Africans that became a part of. It might be the Almohads or some shit that became a part of that and was going up into North Africa and most likely the Iberian Peninsula. So I know when the Moroccans came back down, I know they had some niggas with them. Let me talk to the AI. Shit. See, I gotta. This is why I gotta come back with a part three, man. I gotta come back with a part three. This is what we do. When the Moroccans invaded in 1591 of the Songhay Empire, I understand that they were renegade Christian and maybe converted peoples from Europe, Sephardic people, as well as the Arabs, and maybe even Berbers, right? Give me a breakdown of the ethnic groups that were involved with the Moroccan army during the time of their invasion on the Songhay.
Yes, the Moroccan army that invaded the Songhai Empire in 1591 had a diverse composition. It included renegades and mercenaries of European origin, such as Andalusians, people from the Iberian Peninsula, as well as Berbers and Arabs. The army was led by Judar Pasha, who was of Spanish origin. The main strength of the Moroccan forces was their use of firearms, which contrasted with the more traditional weapons, like lances, arrows, and spears, of the Songhai forces.
So you said this Judar Pasha guy was of Spanish origin. When you say Spanish origin, is he a European, like a white man?
Yes, Judar Pasha was of Spanish origin, born Diego de Guevara in Cuevas del Almanzora, which was part of Castile.
So what role did the Arabs play in this, if it's led by a white man?
The Moroccan army involved in the invasion of the Songhai Empire was multi-ethnic. It included Arabs, Berbers, and renegades, likely Christians from southern Europe, alongside Judar Pasha, who was of Spanish origin. The core of the army was composed of light cavalry, infantry armed with arquebuses, and artillery units. The Arabs often served as cavalry or infantry forces, playing key roles in the logistics and strategy of the invasion. The allied Berber forces complemented them, helping maintain cohesion and control over the conquered territories. So the army was a diverse force, rather than led by a single European figure alone.
Right, but how did this European get to the head of the Moroccan army?
Judar Pasha, originally named Diego de Guevara from Spain, was captured by Muslim slave raiders as a young boy and brought to Morocco. There he was castrated and became a eunuch in the Saadian court.
Shit.
Yes, it's quite a complex and dramatic story. Would you like to know more details?
Yeah, keep going.
Sure thing. Judar Pasha, originally named Diego de Guevara, was captured by Muslim slave raiders as a young boy and brought to Morocco, where he was castrated and assimilated into the Saadian court as a eunuch soldier. Over time, he rose through the ranks due to his military skills and loyalty to the Sultan. His European background, combined with his rise in the Moroccan military, led him to be appointed as a pasha, high-ranking official, and eventually to lead the military campaign into Songhay. His unique background and strategic acumen allowed him to move up and lead a diverse army of Moroccans, Berbers, and other allies.
Were there any black people that were a part of the Moroccan army at this time?
The sources I found don't specifically mention black soldiers as part of the Moroccan army during the invasion of the Songhai Empire. Instead, the army was primarily composed of Moroccans, Berbers, Andalusian recruits, and European mercenaries. The Moroccan military did include officers and instructors from Ottoman Algeria or other Ottoman territories, but there's no clear mention of black troops explicitly being part of that force.
Okay, well, I want to know, why was this guy called Pasha? Why did his name change to Pasha?
The title Pasha was given to high-ranking officials in the Ottoman Empire and regions influenced by it, including Morocco. It signified a position of authority, often as a military commander or governor. The rank carried substantial respect and administrative responsibilities, including overseeing regions or military affairs. The title was bestowed by the Sultan, not hereditary, and often reflected military prowess and loyalty. Judar Pasha received the title from Sultan Ahmed al-Mansur, marking him as a key military leader in the Saadian dynasty.
So they were influenced by the Ottomans. So I'm guessing the Ottoman culture was the predominant Muslim culture at the time. Maybe they were a superpower at the time.
Yes, the Ottoman Empire was indeed a major superpower during the 16th century. It wielded significant influence over geopolitics, culture, and religion, particularly in the Mediterranean and North Africa. The empire reached its zenith under rulers like Suleiman the Magnificent, expanding its territories and exerting naval power in the Mediterranean. The Ottomans also implemented administrative and legal reforms, blending Islamic and secular laws, which helped in governance. While the Ottomans faced challenges later, their earlier dominance made them a central player in the era's history. Morocco, while influenced by the Ottomans, managed to check their westward expansion through a combination of diplomacy and military means.
This shit get deep, man. It's deep.
Absolutely. History is full of these profound connections and events. If you're keen to dive deeper into any other historical topics or related areas, feel free to let me know.
What motivated the war between the Moroccans and the Songhai in 1591.
The Moroccan invasion of the Songhai Empire in 1599 was motivated mainly by strategic reasons. Saadi and Sultan Ahmad al-Mansur sought to control the lucrative trans-Saharan trade routes, which were vital for gold, salt, and slaves, key commodities for Morocco's economy. European expansion around Africa had diminished these trade revenues, so the invasion was an attempt to reclaim them. Additionally, the Saadians aimed to enhance their prestige as a universal Muslim ruler. The weakened state of the Songhai, partly due to internal conflicts, offered an opportunity for Moroccan expansion. Once the Moroccans gained control, they attempted to govern but faced resistance, with local powers emerging and challenging Moroccan rule over time.
So, how did the Songhai fight off the Moroccans? How did the Songhai overcome the Moroccans?
The Songhai forces attempted to resist the Moroccan invasion, but they faced significant challenges, mainly because they lacked gunpowder weaponry. At the Battle of Tondibi in 1591, they tried to use cattle to break the Moroccan lines.
So did the Songhai become like a colony of the Moroccans or an annex? What kind of territory was it under the Moroccans? How did they govern the empire?
After the Moroccan invasion, the Songhai Empire didn't become a direct colony in the traditional sense, but it was heavily influenced by Moroccan control. The Moroccans established a new administration in Timbuktu, governed by a pasha who reported directly to the Moroccan Sultan. However, the vastness of the territory and limited Moroccan troops made governance difficult. Over time, local resistance emerged, leading to the fragmentation of the empire into smaller, independent states. The core areas like the Niger River Valley and the trans-Saharan trade routes remained under Moroccan influence for some time, but the overall governance of the region was fragmented and challenged by local powers.
So how long were the Moroccans occupying the territory?
The Moroccan occupation of the Songhai territories began with the invasion in 1591 and lasted in various forms until around 1599. After that, Moroccan control became fragmented, with ongoing resistance and local uprisings challenging their authority. Although they maintained control over key trade routes in cities like Timbuktu and Gao for several years, full governance was difficult, and by the late 16th century, the Moroccans began to withdraw, leading to the decline of their control.
So what had been diplomatic relations between the two states prior to the war?
Prior to the Moroccan invasion, there were intermittent diplomatic exchanges between Morocco and the Songhai Empire. For instance, in the 1580s, the Moroccan Sultan Ahmad al-Mansur made attempts to collect taxes or tribute from the Songhai, particularly related to the salt mines of Tahaza. These demands were often refused by Songhai rulers, leading to tensions. Morocco also sought alliances with nearby states like the Canaan border, with whom they tried to coordinate efforts in the region. However, beyond these sporadic exchanges and attempts at exerting influence, there wasn't much of a formal or sustained diplomatic relationship. The interactions were largely transactional and driven by Morocco's economic interests in the region.
So how were these demands communicated?
The demands from the Moroccan Sultan to the Songhai were communicated through envoys and diplomatic missions. These envoys carried letters or messages detailing the demands, such as tax payments or gold tributes, and conveyed them to Songhai rulers or local governors. The communication was often formal and conveyed Morocco's expectations or threats of military action if they were not met. In some cases, these interactions were part of broader diplomatic efforts, including alliances or negotiations with neighboring states, like Canaan Bornu. This helped Morocco build leverage in the region and assert pressure without immediate conflict.
And how were they justifying this angle?
The Moroccan justification for the invasion was multifaceted. Primarily, Morocco sought to control the trans-Saharan trade routes, crucial for gold and slave trade. With European powers circumventing these routes, Morocco aimed to restore its economic strength by gaining direct access to gold mines. Additionally, the Saadian Sultan used the campaign to elevate his status as a universal Muslim ruler, especially after unsuccessful expansions eastward. Diplomatic exchanges with leaders like the Maya of Ken Bornu, who sought support from Morocco against Ottoman advances, further bolstered these ambitions. In essence, Morocco portrayed the invasion as both an economic necessity and a religious political endeavor.
Weren't both kingdoms Muslim? How was this rectified?
You're right, both the Songhay and the Moroccan empires were Muslim. Despite this, conflicts often arose over political and economic motivations rather than purely religious ones. In this case, the invasion was driven by economic interests, such as control of trade routes and gold mines, and the desire to assert regional power. While both states shared the same faith, the political dynamics of empire building, economic gain, and the struggle for dominance often took precedence. So even among Muslim powers, rivalries and conflicts over territory and resources were common.
How did Morocco's presence in any way affect the transatlantic slave trade?
The Moroccan invasion of the Songhay Empire led to Moroccan control over the trans-Saharan trade routes, which were crucial for the flow of gold and slaves. While the direct impact on the transatlantic slave trade is not explicitly detailed, the control of these trade routes allowed Morocco to engage more directly in the slave trade, complementing European activities. This helped Morocco maintain economic ties with regions like the Mediterranean, where it could market slaves and other goods. However, the broader shift of the slave trade from the trans-Saharan routes to the Atlantic Ocean also played a role.
What was the Moroccans' diplomatic relations with the British during, let's say, the year like 1630?
The Anglo-Moroccan alliance was established in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. It was driven by mutual economic interests and a shared hostility towards Spain. Commercial agreements were made, including trade in firearms, fabrics, and Moroccan goods like sugar and saltpeter. The alliance was formalized during the reign of Queen Elizabeth I and continued under her successors. The relationship included military cooperation discussions, although they often remained inconclusive. Later interactions included efforts to release English captives and military cooperation during the 30 Years' War. This alliance also had cultural impacts, influencing English literature, including works like Shakespeare's plays. Overall, the diplomatic relations were robust and multifaceted, covering trade, military cooperation, and even cultural exchanges.
So, what about, let's say, France, Spain, Britain, and Portugal? What are their diplomatic relations with Morocco during this time?
Here's a summary of Morocco's diplomatic relations with these countries around 1630. 1. France. The Franco-Moroccan Treaty of 1631 granted France preferential treatment in trade, the establishment of a consulate, and religious freedoms for French subjects. The negotiations were influenced by issues like piracy, and the treaty was ratified by Louis XIII, 1632 Tattoo. Spain. Diplomatic relations were complicated due to military and political tensions, particularly around the Strait of Gibraltar and pirate activities. Spain and Morocco had periods of conflict and negotiation, especially over territorial disputes and maritime control. 3. Britain. The Anglo-Moroccan alliance was formed in the late 16th century, continuing into the 17th. They exchanged goods such as firearms for Moroccan products and maintained diplomatic exchanges, including missions to negotiate the release of captives. 4. Portugal. After earlier conflicts, including the Battle of Alcácer-Quibir, Portugal had a history of territorial incursions in Morocco. Their relations were marked by conflict over territorial control and strategic locations.
And does that stem back to the Reconquista and the Muslim invasion?
Yes, to some extent. The diplomatic and military interactions between Morocco and European powers like Spain, Portugal, and France can trace some roots back to the Reconquista and earlier Muslim incursions into the Iberian Peninsula. During and after the Reconquista, The influence of Islamic states in North Africa, including Morocco, played a role in the geopolitical landscape. Over time, this historical context shaped their relationships, often with undertones of past conflicts and competition for influence. However, by the 17th century, those earlier hostilities had evolved into more structured diplomatic and trade relations, with agreements like the Franco-Moroccan Treaty of 1631 laying out preferential terms and mutual benefits.
And what about the Ottomans? Tell me about the Ottomans in the year 1630.
In 1630, the Ottoman Empire was engaged in significant military conflicts, notably the Ottoman-Safavid War, 1623-1639. This war was about control of Mesopotamia, including Baghdad. Although the Safavids initially regained Baghdad, the Ottomans launched counteroffensives and eventually regained it in 1638. The conflict concluded with the Treaty of Zuhab in 1639, which defined the borders roughly as they were in 1555, stabilizing relations with Persia. Internally, the empire was also dealing with various rebellions and administrative challenges. The period also saw the rise of Sultan Murad IV, who sought to reassert central authority and military strength. Overall, the Ottomans were in a period of military activity and internal consolidation.
What about the relations between the Ottomans and the Songhay?
Direct relations between the Ottoman Empire and the Songhay Empire weren't prominently documented. However, there were indirect contacts through North African states and military interactions. For instance, Morocco, influenced by the Ottomans, had interactions with Songhay, including supplying firearms and troops. The Ottomans were also focused on their conflict with the Safavids to the east, which may have limited direct engagement with Songhay. While there isn't explicit evidence of formal diplomatic ties, the broader regional interactions and military engagements suggest an indirect connection. The Ottomans' primary focus during this period was on consolidating power and managing conflicts in Europe and Asia.
What about the trans-Saharan slave trade, where there's slaves being traded from west into the eastern world, and where there are eastern people being traded into the west or the Sudan?
The trans-Saharan slave trade involved the movement of slaves from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa, the Mediterranean, and parts of the Middle East. North African merchants and Berbers played key roles in capturing and transporting them across the Sahara. The primary routes included pathways from North Africa to the Sudan regions, like from Tripoli to Ghadames to Gao, and from Egypt towards the West African empires like Mali and Songhay. Slaves were often marched in caravans through harsh desert conditions, resulting in high mortality rates. The trade persisted for centuries, impacting demographic and social structures in West Africa. While European powers later shifted focus to the Atlantic slave trade, the trans-Saharan trade remained influential well into the modern era.
Kareem, I see you said, I think there was no direct access to Ottoman to the Songhai because of the desert. I mean, it seemed like they were already trading through the desert. They were trading slaves. They just said they were taking slaves from sub-Saharan Africa and trading them to the north. So that's not stopping things from crossing the desert. But no, I said they had indirect access. Said I think it said that they used to supply the the Moroccans with soldiers from the Ottomans and guns. They used to get their guns from the Ottomans, but maybe not directly. But sending while troops is another story. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that. She said, the AI said, the trans-Saharan slave trade involved the movement of slaves from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa, the Mediterranean, and parts of the Middle East. North African merchants and Berber. Okay, so I'm going to ask her this question. What about the slave trade before this where the Berbers or the young Berber girls were being traded to like Baghdad and stuff.
Historically, Berber peoples played a significant role in the slave trade, particularly in North Africa. They acted as intermediaries, transporting slaves, including women, across the Sahara to markets in places like Baghdad. Slavery in the Islamic world often included women who were used as domestic servants or concubines. The Arab slave trade was robust, with roots from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa and the Middle East. These movements were an integral part of broader trade networks, including goods like gold and salt. The trade was not only commercial, but also deeply intertwined with the spread of Islam, converting slaves as they were transported. The trade persisted for centuries, deeply shaping demographic and social patterns in the region.
Okay, she kind of switched what I was trying to say. But I also know when the Arabs first conquered North Africa and they were enslaving the Berber women, they were taking young girls and sending them to the east to be like performers and stuff like that. Especially if they could sing, they were highly valued if they could sing and dance and do stuff like that. Let me see if this AI even knows this shit. When the Arabs first conquered North Africa and the Berbers, is it true or are you aware that they valued like singers, young girls who were dancers, and they would take these young North African Berber women and sell them in the markets in Baghdad or in the Abbasid Caliphate?
Yes, within the Abbasid Caliphate, there was a notable presence of slave girls known as Kian. They were trained in singing, poetry, music, and etiquette, and they often performed for the elite of society in Baghdad. These women were considered both entertainers and courtesans, and they played a significant role in the social and cultural life of the time. Their status as slaves meant they lacked autonomy over their lives, but they held considerable influence through their talents. The trade and importation of Kian were common in cities like Baghdad and Basra, often through trans-regional trade routes. This phenomenon reflects the broader context of slavery and the role of entertainment and culture in that era.
Yeah, so I was just bringing that up because that's just another slavery that was going on in North Africa. Even though I guess that's technically not Saharan, it's like North African. What other topics can I get out of this? This book though, or this history is about to be very interesting, man. Like, I can't wait to actually go into the actual book because all I've been reading was the introduction and how they even got the documents and the manuscripts and all that. But it opens up. This is all about God, 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 God. So they were very, very devout Muslims. Look, glory to God, the unique in sovereignty and power and glory, authority and mastery and victory and goodness and mercifulness, in the sovereign, the avenger, the powerful, the generous, who created the heavens and the earth, who taught Adam the names of all things, and who reigned in the princes and shepherds of the people, both who were proud and boastful, and those who were good and pious. He put every one of them to the test in order to menace them and chastise them through the implement of his eminent messengers, causing to perish all those who resisted him, but also guiding the wise and showing a way to the devout, to the learned ones. He transmitted the teachings of the prophets. To the caliphs, he gave his great power. See, I was saying, I don't even hear a lot of Arab historians even venerate God this much. It keeps on going. He gave his great power so that the oppressed might find refuge and the stiff-necked be brought low. With his arm, he transformed them into his shadow on earth and gave them a light far brighter than the moon's shadow. Those who obey his messengers are on the right path and will be richly rewarded. Those who turn away from his messengers will be lost and disappointed. We praise God for his abundant favors and for the many blessings he has bestowed upon us. These are this is a West African writer. This is a Takror or Soninke writer being this I don't even know what to call it. Zeke, you said they were devote and zealots. A zealot. What is a zealot? See, when I hear zealot, some people say that's a nutcase, a religious nutcase. A zealot could be someone who falls outside of the prototypical way of life. So it's like if you're a little bit different, you're a zealot. If you're a West African Muslim, the people who's practicing magic, those are zealots. But if you're a West African Ogun worshiper or voodoo practitioner, then maybe a Muslim is a zealot. It kind of all depends on who's in power, what perspective you're looking from. So I don't even know what a zealot actually is. We praise God for his abundant favors and for the many blessings he has bestowed upon us. It keep going. He has bestowed upon us for making devoted worshippers of us and for protecting us from our enemies through the invocations of the learned, the exhortations of the wise, and the commands of the sultans and caliphs. Thus, thanks, praises, and bent knees are due to him, for he is alone our supreme master. He who obeys him is on the right path and relies upon a support that will never fail him. He who rebels is in error and will lose both his earthly rewards and his illusions. We proclaim that there is no God other than God. There is no other God but God. As his witnesses, we will ceaselessly make these proclamations, like one who struggles deep in his heart, but does not give in to his own desires. Like the slave who submits to the will of his master, we will not cease to proclaim our witness to him, God willing, until the day we shall meet him at last. The day when neither wealth nor even children will benefit anyone other than he who came unto God with a pure heart. We also proclaim that Muhammad is the honored servant of God, his messenger of mercy, his elected one of kind heart, his faithful confidant, the one who, see, now Z, I'm be real with you, bro. We always looking for guidance. Don't we need to refer to our authors and historians and writers to tell us our history, and who we are, what we've been through, where we came from? Like, why is these chronicles not a part of the Pan-African collection? And I'm only laughing because there's a part of Pan-Africans that hate religion so much. But when you go back into West African history, you seeing how thugged out Muslim they were. And I know that be bugging Pan-Africans nowadays. Like, oh, like why was they Muslim? Like, I know that be getting y'all tight. But this is the history. All right, I'm going to keep going. Let's keep reading what he's saying. We also proclaim that Muhammad is the honored servant of God, his messenger of mercy, his elected one of kind heart, his faithful confidant, the one who brought forth the authentic verses, who performed brilliant miracles, and who produced arguments beyond refute. God sent him to establish Islam, to direct men, to smash idols, and to reveal the work of justice and law. It is he who said, quote, this era was begun by prophecy and clemency. It will continue by way of the caliphate and by this mercy, end quote. It was he who said, quote, a remnant of my people will not cease to be in truth until the day when the last hour shall come, end quote. It was he who said, quote, you should follow my teachings and the teachings of the wise caliphs after me. After my time, one of these men will tear them to shreds, end quote. May God bestow his blessings upon him. May he grant to him and his pious and generous family their rewards. May God also bestow his blessings upon the prophet's companions, those who are as strong and brave as lions. May he bless all his brothers and descendants, those who are the rulers of their people, as well as every person of noble origin. See, these are the African ancestors. This shit is from like 1600, bro. In West Africa. This is what they're writing. You know? This is who they are. This dude's name is Mahmoud. This writer, his name is Mahmoud. His name is Muhammad, bro. Look how they speak. And this is before the transatlantic slavery. So basically, if you're going with Pan-African, which is history too, just history, that would be Black Americans before they came to America. This is them right here, or at least a portion of the ancestry. So I kind of just don't understand how modern day Pan-African ideology is so anti-Abrahamic religion, when Abrahamic religion is a part of your history as a Pan-African. So you would literally have to say you hate a part of your history. And I would argue that Islam coming to Africa, West Africa, was a benefit more than it was a hindrance. Why would I say that? Well, the trade is going to bring so many benefits. It's just like when any advanced society comes in contact with the lesser advanced society. The lesser advanced society, in some ways, and it often happens, they benefit technologically from the interaction. So, for example, you said they brought the slave trade. No, the slave trade was already taking place, but they did bring a slave trade, absolutely. So I don't disagree with that. But they look, West Africans, from what I see, I found maybe one writing script, but universally, generally speaking, they didn't have that. Everything was still orally transmitted. Didn't have writing. That when the Arabs came, pretty sure they helped them with a lot of administrative stuff and better structure their governments, and then just the diplomatic relations with Middle Easterners and trade. Like, there were benefits to it. From what I see, the people that the Arabs enslaved, we don't really claim like descendancy from. Like, we know for a fact they enslaved the Berbers, those North African people. But Pan-Africans don't say we're Berbers. And then I also know they had the Southeast African slave trade. Now, maybe some Black Americans claim, Southeast African, but generally speaking, we get called West and Central Africa. So the Arabs, in their slavery, it affected Black people in East Africa. But you would have to say, like, those are also our people too, so they enslaved us. So I don't really, I don't really look at the Arab as like the enslaver or the conqueror of um our people. I know some people do, but those people who do, they're connecting themselves to like the Southeast Africans, and they definitely black. And I guess if you say they're Bantu or Negro, then it's the same people. But I don't really hear too many Pan Africans claim East Africa that much. Usually, people that have a connection with East Africa, they be like Hebrew Israelites and stuff like that, who talk about Ethiopia, for example. The West Africans should have brought guns. Yeah, they should have. They should have brought guns. They they were chucking spears and fucking what's the other shit they had? They were throwing spears and shooting bows. You know, so they got their ass whooped. But I also say this though, when I read the history, the West African kingdom were very very powerful. That's why I kind of had to slow people down when they were going around saying, "Oh, the Arabs came in and laid the smack down, drop the fucking people's elbow on the West Africans." I'm just like, nigga, there's like one instance of that shit happening. There's like one war of that shit happening. They wasn't coming in laying the smack down on niggas, bro. Not from what I see. From what I see, and I had to teach homeboy this shit. You know what I'm saying? From what I see, this is from Sheikh Anta Diop, a world-renowned Pan-African scholar. He said it was the black kings that were allowing the white Berbers to come in and buy black slaves. And the black king had the Berber states as their little vassal state, the little vassal states a part of their kingdom. So it sounded like to me, up until a certain point in time, the West Africans were dominated in their region. The black man was in full control, even when there were other groups like the Arabs and the Berbers, like coming in and doing trade, and they had trade game on Smash, West Africans. Yeah, so this Tariq al-Fatash, I don't know if you ever read it, but they call it the Timbuktu Chronicles, the Tariq al-Fatash and the Tariq al-Sudan. So I said, you know what? I got curious about this like a few years ago, but the Tariq al-Sudan is like literally only in Arabic and French. Nowadays, it'd be easier to just translate it with some like AI, put it into like, one of the applications. Boom. But this is the only one of the Timbuktu Chronicles, pretty sure that's in English. And I don't really know too many people that have read this. I know people heard about it. I know people maybe know about it, but I don't really know too many people that actually read it. And I think a part of the reason why Pan-Africans don't want to read it is because it talks about God so much and they were so Muslim. And I just noticed that about modern Pan-African ideology. It's a strong distaste toward religion, but religion is part of even Pan-African pre-colonial history. Abrahamic religion is a part of that. And from what I see, there's a very, you can count them on one hand, accounts where, according to Sheikh Anta Diop, I'm just going to cite the source. According to Sheikh Anta Diop in his book, Pre-Colonial Black Africa, he's saying there was only one war where Arabs forcibly like made black West Africans convert to Islam. He names one. He said there was only one. I think when people focus on the Arabs, knowing damn well the motherfucking Arab is ain't got no power, bro. We know who the nigga is that got power in the world. Nigga is not these Arabs, bro. The niggas be scared. Niggas be so scared, bro. They say it's a fucking white man, bro. Like, nigga, all y'all niggas know this shit. Don't talk to me about no motherfucking Arabs. Nigga, in the Middle East, nigga, the Arab don't even run the motherfucking Middle East. The Arabs don't even run the motherfucking Middle East. Arabs, you know what Arabs are? Nigga, Arabs are, nigga, they work for niggas. They the ones that go out and fight. Yeah, they go out, they'll fight. They go out and they die, they go to war. But they are not in control. Nah, I ain't even saying this the small hats, see? I don't even like that. Because the small hats are white. Nigga, I said it's the white man, nigga. Come on now. Let's be real. We all see it. We're all aware. We know who's in control. We know who's got the power. I get even more specific. But you know, if people who say it's the small hats, y'all got inside information. Y'all got, you know, y'all got the insider scoop. I'm just looking at it straight up. Who I see is in control, who got the power, who's the ones that's calling the shots. It's only recently, tell you the truth, that I started to like hear that Jews and white people are not the same thing. I'm like, huh? Like it's just different now. But I understand why they say that because Jewish people they are their own shit. They definitely are, but they still white. Now, are they the white man? Not necessarily. Let me see what else I got. If I got anything else before I get up out of here. All right, so I had Takura. We're gonna close this one. Expulsion of the Moriscos. That's gonna be an interesting story. Man, the Ottomans are so like prominent at this time. When I'm reading all this history, yo, the Ottomans had shit on smash. Look, expulsion of the Moriscos, decreed by King Philip III of Spain. Yo, this shit is funny, bro. We can see paintings of these niggas and everything. This nigga's wearing a dress. I ain't gonna say this shit don't look smooth, shit don't look fly, but this nigga's wearing a dress. All black. Get some shit Young Thug would wear today. King of Spain. Oh, he was the king of Spain and Portugal during the period known as the Iberian Union, reigning from 1598 until his death in 1621. So, if y'all can't tell, I like the medieval time period. Why? Basically, it's pre-colonial, and you get like the birth of Islam. You got early Christianity. Medieval time frame is the best time frame to study history. At least that's what I think. The Moriscos were descendants of Spain's Muslim population who had been forced to convert to Christianity. Spain's Muslim population who had been forced to convert to Christianity. That's crazy. I wonder, what does that mean, forced to convert? What's good, OTK? OTK, you welcome to come up. Man, you already know. If I get on here, I'm in my thoughts, man. I'm doing some research. So, how did they force them to convert to Christianity? Like, is that just verbally Do they got to do a certain ritual? Do they need to like take an oath? I want to know what that process was. All right, I got you. Maybe OTK could tell us, or at least build on this. You convert or you leave, but is it you convert just by saying I convert, or to convert you had to do a certain ritual? Spanish Inquisition type shit, torture. All right, I'm gonna keep reading. The Moriscos were descendants of Spain's Muslim population who had been forced to convert to Christianity. Since the Spanish were fighting wars in the Americas, feeling threatened by the Ottomans raiding along the Spanish coast and by two Morisco revolts in the centuries since Islam outlawed in Spain. Okay. So, if y'all notice, I'm still working in the same time frame that this West African Timbuktu Chronicles being written. So now we can see what's going on in Spain. They're having all this tension with the Moriscos. So I guess they made them convert, right? And then they say, you know what? Nah, we getting all of y'all up out of here. Y'all got to go. Like the conversion's not enough. Like you niggas got to leave. That's just brawling. All right, since the Spanish were fighting wars in the Americas, feeling threatened by the Ottomans raiding along the Spanish coast, and by two Morisco revolts in the century since Islam was outlawed in Spain, it seems that the expulsions were a reaction to an internal problem of the stretched Spanish Empire. Okay, I also know this about the Spanish Empire at this time. They had control of Trinidad before the British had control of Trinidad. And I think they had control of Trinidad before the French had control of Trinidad. But the Spanish, they weren't able to manage the island. They were too spread out with their colonial efforts. I know I'm trying to sound like I'm all smart and shit. But hold on, let me double check. When did Spain colonize Trinidad? When did Spain colonize Trinidad? 1592. Spain began its colonization of Trinidad in 1592. Although it was technically claimed by Christopher Columbus in 1498, despite the 1498 claim, a lasting settlement was not established until 1592, and the island remained sparsely populated by Spaniards for its first 2 centuries of Spanish rule. Okay, so 1592, Spain is in Trinidad, and by 1609, they're expelling the Moriscos. So we can see a little bit what's going on with Spain at this time. Between 1609 and 1614, the crown systematically expelled Moriscos through a number of decrees affecting Spain's various kingdoms with varying levels of success. Between 1492 and 1610, about 3 million Muslims left or were expelled from Spain. What y'all think about that? This is the background right here. So we could get into the background story. Suspicions and tensions between Moriscos, who were called New Christians, and the other Christians, who were called Old Christians, were high in some parts of Spain, but practically non-existent in others. While some Moriscos did hold influence and power, and even had positions in the clergy, others, particularly in Valencia and Aragon, were a source of cheap labor for the local aristocracy. Where sectarian conflict existed, old Christian communities suspected the Moriscos of not being sincere in their Christianity The Moors, who remained Muslims, were known as Mudahar. So Mudahar were Muslims who remained in Iberia in the late medieval period following the Christian reconquest. So I want to know how these Mudahar people were able to remain there. Maybe they were very wealthy. Maybe they were traders. No, they couldn't have been traders and stayed Muslim. Maybe they could have. I don't know. Let me see what Kareem said. By expelling the Muslims in the 1600s, Spain lost a lot of agricultural power and 30% of their population. Very interesting. Very interesting. So we're in the 1600s right now, 1500s, 1600s. So we know the Moroccans, boom, bang on the Songhay in 1591. The Songhay don't got guns. The Moroccans come with the muskets and the rifles. And the Songhay are throwing spears and shooting bow and arrows, and it's just not enough. Then you got the next year, Spain takes over Trinidad. And we got to figure out what's going on with Spain and Morocco at this time. I'm going to guess it's a war. You got the Moriscos. You got the Moriscos in 1609 getting hit with the decrees that they got to leave. What else is going on? Let's see. Relations between Morocco and Spain in the year. Yeah, let's put 1630 again. Let's do 1630. In 1630, the relationship between Morocco and Spain was defined by a tense coexistence involving Spanish control over coastal enclaves like Ceuta and a complex dynamic of trade, piracy, and occasional conflict. The expulsion of the Morisco population from Spain had a significant impact, with many of the expelled settling in Moroccan cities like Saleh and contributing to a period of piracy. Spain's limited territorial holdings in Morocco, alongside its engagement with the dominant Moroccan powers, made for a relationship characterized by a mix of hostility and strategic negotiation. So it seemed like they got a weird relationship with Morocco at this time. I can't even put my finger on it. Spain held control over coastal cities such as Ceuta, which it had taken over by 1630, and held Melilla from an earlier period. These were vital strategic locations for Spain, and Spanish governors of these presidios maintained constant contact with Moroccan authorities. All right, Morisco refugees. The forced expulsion of the Moriscos from Spain between 1609 and 1614 led to a large influx of refugees into Morocco. Many settled in Saleh, where they founded maritime Corsair Republic. Well, what it didn't talk about there is the renegade Christian Spaniards that also migrated, or whatever you want to call it, into Morocco. Let's dive deeper into this. What about the renegade Spanish Spaniards, Spanish Christians that migrated into Morocco at the time? Renegade Spanish Christians who migrated to Morocco were largely individuals who converted to Islam, often for a mix of economic, social, and political reasons, and they played a significant role in Moroccan society and in the conflicts with Spain. Definition of renegade. In the context of the Barbary Coast, a renegade was a Christian who converted to Islam. This conversion offered significant advantages, including freedom from enslavement for those who were captives, opportunities for wealth and status, and the ability to own property and advance in society. The role in piracy. Spanish renegades were instrumental in the Barbary corsair activities, piracy operating out of cities like Salé and Algiers. They brought advanced European sailing and shipbuilding techniques, making the corsairs more effective in the Atlantic Ocean. Many became skilled sailors or even captains of pirate vessels. Integration with the Moriscos. These renegades often worked alongside the Moriscos. Let me see, hold on. Let me zoom in. These renegades often worked alongside the Moriscos, the descendants of Spanish Muslims who had been forcibly converted to Christianity and then expelled from Spain between 1609 and 1614. Okay. The Moriscos, especially those from the town of Hornachos, were a dominant force in founding and running the virtually independent Republic of Salé, a famous corsair. Okay, this makes me think of today, how Europe, I'm hearing a lot of Europeans really angry and upset about the migration of all the Muslims into their country. And it seems like, let me bring up a video on that. Europe Muslim invasion. I'm going to put invasion. Get that up. See, I'm bringing this from the 1600s, the 1500s to today's time. So it's like the same thing happening in a different way. Let's see. Islam will bring civil war to Europe. Someone said Islam will bring civil war to Europe. Let's watch that video. Let's see if they trying to start some shit.
The whole migration issue in Islam is so massive in Europe in ways that Americans just don't hear about because our media never talk about it here. Because I'm sitting in Budapest, but I follow the American media. Matt, everywhere I go now, you're hearing people start to buzz saying civil war is coming. Almost everyone I talk to in France, yeah, it's coming. It's coming here. Well, what they mean by civil war is not like one army against the other. They mean like the Islamic suburbs and a lot of the migrants riot. Country people get fed up with it and they take up arms. The government's caught between. There's a guy, I don't know if you ever listened to the Louise Perry podcast. She's an English podcaster. She's very good. She had a guy on about a month ago named David Betts. He's a professor at King's College London in the War Studies Department, and his academic specialty is civil wars. And he gave this very, it's absolutely chilling because he was so level and serene analysis saying of why the UK is headed inevitably to civil war. It all has to do with the fragmentation of society, with the state valuing these migrants and Muslims more than it values its own people. You might have heard of the rape gang scandal where Pakistani Muslim men were kidnapping and sexually molesting thousands of white working class English girls from the city. The government knew about it, the police knew about it, the media knew about it, didn't want to talk about it because multiculturalism, keep the peace. Betts says that everything that the current Labour government in the UK is doing is out of a textbook to start a civil war, to inflame the populace, the native-born English so much that they rise up not against the Muslims and the migrants per se, but against their own ruling class who've allowed this to happen. And Betts says in that podcast, he says, don't think, English listeners, that you can go to Europe to escape this. The same conditions exist in most every Western European country. Not in Hungary, Poland, Eastern Europe, because they've been much stronger in keeping migrants out. But it's really true. And this is one thing J.D. Vance was trying to talk about. And the media over there in Europe and our media want to suppress talk of this. And I'm not talking as a conspiracy theorist. I mean, the statistics are overwhelming. They want to suppress talk of this for the reason that we don't want to encourage the right-wing nuts. That's what I saw when I moved to Dallas after 9/11. When we moved down there, I was at the Dallas Morning News, and I knew a lot about Islamic extremism. I'd educated myself after 9/11, and I get there, and there's a lot of it in North Texas. At least there was at the time. This was 20 years ago or so. And I would write about it, and I would get a lot of pushback in my newsroom from other journalists who were more concerned that some rednecks in Texas might think bad thoughts about Muslims than they were about the fact that there were some Muslims in North Texas who are radicalizing the young people. It's just this, if we don't talk about it, it won't happen. But guess what? It's happening, but you have to tell the truth. I mean, just as you and I are talking, a couple of weeks ago in Italy, the top court there compelled the Italian government, to pay damages to 9 illegal migrants because the government delayed them by 6 days of making landing in Italy illegally. But that's how left-wing and insane the governments are. They're like, no, you have to pay for not letting these illegal migrants come in illegally sooner. An Italian Catholic friend was saying that they don't understand that they are undermining support for liberal democracy, because if liberal democracy means you have to lose your country like this. And I must say, Matt, that the church is undermining support for itself too. Pope Francis is like, fling the doors wide open. Well, of course we have to be charitable, but
care for the immigrant, all of that stuff.
But when you go into Paris and to all of the cities of Europe, and you see the chaos and the fear and the danger and the crime, and it makes me so angry. It makes people angry at church leaders who are practicing their sentimental humanitarianism on the backs of actual Catholics and others who live there, who have to bear the weight of the chaos and the danger. I have a Catholic friend, you probably know who it is, and who lives in Budapest, from Paris. I said, why did you move here? I mean, Budapest is a great place, but you're from Paris, and Paris is Paris. And she said, because here in Budapest, I can walk anywhere I want, even at night, without having to worry about being harassed or assaulted by migrants.
Yeah.
And it's just that simple.
So what happens? What's the future for these countries and the European Union in general, do you think?
I think the EU will probably end up falling apart. I'm not saying I want that, but it is so tyrannical. And the thing is, nobody has faith in it. Nobody is going to die for the European Union. People might fight and die for their own country, France, Hungary, Spain, not for the EU, this bloodless transnational bureaucracy. But I think, and as someone who lives in Europe and would like to continue living in Europe, I think Europe's going to face real problems in the next 10 years of disruption. There's going to be economic crises because the workforce is aging, and the immigrants who are coming in, they're not assimilating. Many of them are causing trouble. It's not everybody, but Europe, in the U.S., we have such a different experience of migrants. Our migrants are coming primarily from Central America. Whatever you think of that, and I think the border should be controlled, but these are Christians. These are Catholics and evangelicals for the most part. That's not so in Europe. In Europe, it is so many Muslims.
Yeah, no. Islam is a cancer. It's like Islamic extremism. It's almost superfluous. Just Islam is this demonic religion.
Well, where do they think these people, these bien-pensants, the right-thinking Europeans in the church and outside the church, what do they think is going to happen? When do they really think that the Muslim majority is going to be tolerant? I dedicated the French edition of the Benedict option to a priest, Father Jacques Hamel, Catholic priest, who was slaughtered on his altar in Normandy, I think it was, by 2 Muslims who were screaming Allahu Akbar when they cut his throat. Do they think
Yo, man, I love when white people turn into victims, bro. That should be hilarious. Oh, man, I got to play that shit back.
The Benedict option to a priest, Father Jacques Hamel, Catholic priest, who was slaughtered on his altar in Normandy, I think it was, by 2 Muslims who were screaming Allahu Akbar when they cut his throat. You know, do they think that that's the French ruling class? And when I say ruling,
I'm sure these Muslims had a reason, right? They
yeah,
were
it must have been
victims
provoked by this elderly old priest.
Yeah.
And
That's another thing. Everything nowadays is political. All content, all podcasts, all social media. Everything is political now. And most people really don't know shit about politics or history. A bunch of emotions. So I didn't know that this was going to be so political. I don't really care about the politics of this video. I thought they were just going to straight up tell us about what's going on in Europe right now. How many times Muslims how many times Muslims invaded Europe versus Europeans invaded Muslim countries? This is going to be interesting. Let's watch this.
And here it starts. Islam burst out of the Arabian Peninsula and immediately starts attacking the Middle East. And notice that it doesn't take long until they're
Oh, this is funny.
across. And here it starts. Islam burst out of the, and here it starts.
All right, I gotta turn on them. Damn, the quality is low. Why is this shit going so slow?
Islam burst out of the Arabian Peninsula and immediately starts attacking the Middle East. And notice that it doesn't take long until they're crossing the Mediterranean and attacking southern France and Spain. Notice something here. Most people think of Islam, they think of Arabs, they think of desert. And yet here we see that Islam is projecting power throughout the Mediterranean. Notice how the little islands of the Mediterranean.
He conveniently, well, he's right if he's talking about Muslims. But he didn't give the precursor, which was the Roman Empire, that were active in controlling parts of the Middle East and even East Africa, basically the Eastern Mediterranean. So he's not wrong, because this video is how many times Muslims invaded Europe versus Europeans invaded Muslim countries. He's not wrong because he's keeping it to Muslims, but he ignored Rome.
Mediterranean are getting hammered. The navy of Islam would attack coastal towns, kill, rob, rape, and then take slaves. So this whole battle map, as it unfolds, you're seeing slaves being taken. Over 1 million slaves were taken out of Europe into the world. That's something you don't think about, but it's absolutely true. There were over 2 peoples fought in Spain alone. And we also see, however, on the east coast in Turkey, that Islam is trying to break into Europe.
This dude not playing.
Now, what's going to happen is in Spain, this ongoing.
All right, I don't know what's up with this video. This video is just
fight that lasted for.
This video is just messed up. How Muslim immigration has roiled Europe.
Today's attack.
This is 8 years ago.
But remember.
So let's see what they talking about. Fox
Yesterday's
News.
attack in Berlin also energizing critics of European immigration policies, specifically that recent influx of refugees from nations like Syria. And despite the concerns, even back in 2015.
I apologize, y'all. I don't know what's going on with the internet.
2015 that ISIS could infiltrate the population. This is what we're hearing from German Chancellor Angela Merkel.
Wir haben so vieles geschafft, wir schaffen das. Können das schaffen und wir schaffen das. Wir schaffen das, da bin ich ganz fest davon überzeugt. Und für mich selbstverständlich ist, dass man an eine neue Aufgabe so rangeht, dass man erstmal sagt, wir schaffen das. Wir haben so vieles geschafft, wir schaffen das. Wir schaffen das, denn Deutschland ist ein starkes Land. Wir schaffen das und wir haben im Übrigen in den letzten 11 Monaten sehr viel geschafft.
Brigitte Gabriel is a New York Times best-selling author and CEO of Act for America. Larry Korb is a senior fellow with the Center for American Progress and a former Assistant Defense Secretary. Great to see you both.
Great.
Thank you. Brigitte, it certainly sounds like the Chancellor has had a change of heart over the last few months. We all know the praise that she got for welcoming so many displaced people, while people were on the other side sounding an alarm that there needed to be caution built into it. Now it sounds like she is toughening on that and saying, I'm not going to have a repeat of that influx again.
All right, this video sucks. Let's try a different one. Who's gonna, here we go, 1 year ago.
Looking for an easier way to get that LLC next to your business name? Say hello to Taylor Brands. Just go to their site, enter your
immigration to Western Europe is, a lot of it is Muslim. It's from North Africa. Well, let's wait till we get to the end of this. We jumped right to it's horrible. Okay, the people are not horrible.
No,
the people aren't horrible. The ideology.
The ideology.
And it's very different, and some of them are very open about talking about a Europe in the future that is the civilization they came from. That's what I find cheeky. You're leaving this civilization, which is very different than Western Europe. Very different than Christian/atheistic West, whatever it is, secular, Enlightenment Western Europe. Okay. Right. And then you're leaving the place that's very different, but then you want to come to this place and make it like the place you left.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, if 51% of any Western European country was Muslim, they would be under some form of Sharia law. Yes. I love my moderate Muslim friends. Moderate Muslims are great, but there's not that many.
I'm with you in that. You know, it's like
who ever win. The more fundamentalists win.
Right.
That is the challenge Islam has.
They want to come in your country, and you know they leave a country that were actually kept in like animal in the cages, because in their country, I mean, they were miserable, and then they go to another country where actually they feel all of a sudden freedom and they have some kind of happiness.
All we're seeing is white man's society is falling apart on a social level. It's not even happening financially. It happens socially. The white man's society, his almighty democracy, is screwing itself. Now he has a dilemma. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't want to come across as racist. But they really don't like what's going on. I'm not gonna say I like it or dislike it, but I know for a fact that I've never heard white people bitch so much in my life before the year 2025. It's crazy.
And all of a sudden, they want to turn that country into the country like the one they came from.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's cheeky.
Right.
It's very cheeky to do that. It's one thing to come here and say, hey, we were from this other country where things are not good. We don't really have a lot of freedom. We don't feel good about life there. We don't feel like we have a future and our children, blah, blah, blah. So you're a shining city on a hill. We'd like to come here and we'd like to be part of that. And thank you for having us. And we'll you know what we're going to do? We're going to contribute mightily. And that's what immigrants in this country have mostly done, contribute mightily because they wanted to be part of it.
Right.
It's another thing to say, we're going to come over here and then, you know what would be great if we had a Sharia law, because that works so well in the old country. This is the issue that Islam at some point is going to have to deal with. It is a supremacist religion. I mean, all religions are to a degree. If you're telling everybody in the world, our guy is the guy, you kind of have to believe.
No tolerance for anybody else.
Right, but there are degrees of that, and they do not have they don't have as much tolerance. Not near.
What do you do? What do you do, OTK? What's going on with your OG? I'm gonna keep playing the video till OTK ready to chat.
And it's more fundamentalist. They believe the holy book in a way Christians, because it's an older religion, really don't. They don't. The Bible says crazy shit too, but nobody takes it seriously.
Yo.
I'm good.
What's the word?
Mike, what up, bro? Chilling,
Mike.
What's up with you?
Oh, you on a delay? Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, 1 2.
Do I need to reboot real quick?
Yeah.
I'll
Seems like you
reboot
got a
real
delay. All right. I'm gonna let OTK do his thing. He's gonna reboot. Then about to make another sandwich. Keep watching this video. Keep playing this video. We have a conversation.
Seriously, but they do take
it very seriously.
Very seriously.
That's why
and they've shown it.
Beheading people from the time of Muhammad all the way to the modern day, and nothing has changed. And when also Europe was invaded, back I think it was in 1400 from Turkish and the Arabs. I mean, Europe was
invaded way before that.
But I'm saying, it's like then the European, they kicked them out, and the Muslims said, we will be back.
Oh, they were. They were at the gates of Vienna in 1529.
Yeah.
And also in 1678. Did not get past, but Vienna is the heart, not the heart, but close to the heart of Europe. I mean, and I've been in Vienna. I was there in the summer of 2010. And at least in the summer, like.
Hey, Tony, why should people come to the AI Advantage Summit November 6th, 7th, and 8th?
That's a good ad, isn't it? Pretty simple. I'll tell you what it really is. We're in a situation where it happens once in a generation. I think you know it.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1 2. I see you there. I see you on mute, OTK. I'm gonna let the video play. Make a sandwich real quick. I'll be right back. All right.
Italy, and he just retired because he told me, Fabio, I mean, I cannot believe where our country is today. And I said, why? What's happening? He goes like, number one, Italian citizen, they are 5th class citizen, not even 2nd class. They're 5th class citizen.
Meaning,
then everything, the government supply everything to the immigrant. Everything's for free for the immigrant. The pension plan is pretty much gone. You have old people, 89 years old, they go and collect their pension plan. The government says, go home because we have no money. But in the meantime, they give free phone, free everything, free.
I mean, this
home.
This is a similar complaint we hear in America.
But but this has been going for many, many, many years in Europe, and they're to the point where, like, my friend who's a federal judge in Italy said, I can't take this anymore, and I'm going to retire. I mean, our police don't want anything to do. In the middle of major city, you will have 40, 50 people from Arab country, from Africa. This is a major, during the day, major square. They get around 40, 50 guys. They get 5 or 6 women, and they rape them right there on the street. The police can be 10, 15 feet away, and the police don't want anything to do, because if they get into confrontation, then if they beat up these people, they're going to be racist and so on. And my friend told me it got to a point where law do not apply to these people, all the immigrant. They don't. They can do whatever they want. Their jail system is full. So these people, even if they commit crime, they get arrested, they get released the next day. So they commit more crime, they get arrested, they get released the next day. I mean, it's like that constantly every day. You turn the TV on, it's constantly, a lot of gypsy now, they're living in Italy. The women, the gypsy women, they go on buses and metro. They put they stack a pillow under their, coat. And then they go and start doing, wallet and purse and, stealing money.
What's the pillow for?
They pretend to be pregnant.
Okay.
Because in Italy, there is a law and a cop cannot touch a pregnant woman. So they put some TV show, put some camera on a metro, and they caught on video all these women, pregnant women, gypsy, stealing money left and right. So they call the police. So the police wait at the stop. When the metro stopped, they went in and to talk to these women and try to arrest these women. And these women, they're hitting the cops, they're spitting on the cops, they're calling the cops' name, and the cops, there's nothing they can do, because this woman pretend, even if they pretend to be pregnant women, because they're not, the cops, there's nothing they can do. And these people, they get away with murder every day.
I think sometimes people in this country don't understand that crazy woke shit also happens.
Okay, I'm back. I was making a sandwich. I see OTK left. Kareem, I see what you said. Take a look. It is funny he's talking about Italy. Hold on. What's this cover? It is funny he is talking about Italy. The far-right government just opens immigration for 500,000 people to reinforce the economy. Italy is opening for immigration through its 2026-28 flow decree, which allows for nearly 500,000 work visas for non-EU nationals, an increase from previous years. This plan aims to address labor shortages by filling roles in various sectors, including a large number of seasonal positions in agriculture and tourism. The ROMs are Europeans from EU. This is very interesting stuff to study. This is very interesting.
In other countries.
Oh,
I feel like you could do a whole show about crazy woke shit in other countries. Because,
trust me, Italy, France,
England,
Germany. I mean, it's like
I remember reading one about, and it was England, and the kids, the ones who are so afraid of everything and need a trigger warning for everything that's going to upset them. They were someplace wouldn't allow clapping anymore for a show because the noise, the kids with the ASMR where they have to have soothing voices because everything causes anxiety, clapping. So like but what about the performer, and they're just jazz hands, just do this if you liked it. I mean, and you think, this has got to be an Onion story. This can't be real.
I tell you, you should do, I can put you in contact. You can do some stuff in Italy. Stuff happening in Italy is unbelievable. I mean, one of the cases, 3 people from Africa, they broke into a house. They put an older man and the wife. They tied him up in the chair. They beat him up for hours because they were looking for cash and jewelry. The people, they didn't have no cash and no jewelry in the house. So they beat him up because they thought these people had cash and jewelry in the house. So then they start looking from room to room to room in the house if these people have cash and jewelry. And, this couple, they had a Doberman. And the Doberman was in one of the room. So when the three guys opened the door, the Doberman came out and beat him all three, right? They ran to the police. And the police went, and you know what they did? They find the bloody couple still tied up down to the chair. You know what they did? They arrested the dog.
Well, that's the moral I take from.
Yeah, these guys they're making shit up. You say he arrested the dog and didn't arrest the people. Come on, man. This shit is a joke. The far right, these are just, white people and their feelings complaining. I'm not saying they're wrong about everything, but come on, man. Let's be for real here. Let's be for real here. But I could talk to people like this. I just know they're a little bit ridiculous. They're just gonna say some ridiculous shit just cause. Ray, the government of Italy is far right now. There's no way around immigration to survive for Italy. It is a dying country with a lot of elderly. Isn't that like Greece? Look. Greek population collapse. Demographic decline.
Imagine being able to build an app.
Who that is? Someone just popped in. Hold on real quick.
Πολύ πρόσφατα η ελληνική αστική αρχή σήμανε ίσως τον πιο ηχηρό συναγερμό.
What up, OTK? Mic check.
All right, you can hear me now, bro? Am I better now? Mic check, 1, 2.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I had to log on through fucking Edge rather than Google. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Bet.
Yeah,
You
so
got
I just
right now.
Oh man, I'm just traveling around the world right now, man. But earlier I was studying the 1600s, which, to tell you the truth, I never really studied too much of it. But for example, I'm studying the Songhay Empire in West Africa. And instead of just studying them, I'm studying everyone else at the same time, as if I'm living in that time frame. So 1591, the Moroccans, they come and they laid a smackdown on the Songhay because the Songhay ain't had guns. All they had was spears and bow and arrows, and the Moroccans came with rifles and muskets. And they wanted control over the Saharan slave trade. Well, not even just the slave trade, the Saharan trade.
Year did you say just now?
1591. 1591.
1591 what? BC?
AD.
AD. So you talking about during the height of the transatlantic slave trade, during the beginning of it?
It ain't happened yet.
What do you mean? The transatlantic slave trade started happening in the 1500s, bro. So they say, from what their history say.
Okay, are you talking the Caribbean? I'm thinking America, 1619.
No, 1619 is they say that's when your first slaves came to North America, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're saying in the Caribbean and South America, the slave trade, the transatlantic's already happened. You're right.
From what they story say. We're going
I'm
off
glad
of their narrative. From
Well,
their
I'm-
story. You feel
No,
me?
I'm glad.
So
I'm glad you cleaned that up. I'm glad you cleaned
Right.
that up because I definitely
I'm
said
just
that
trying
wrong.
to bring out points to you to let you know that when you study in history, you're gonna see a lot of shit was going on during the same time, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So that's why I had to ask you, what time are you talking about? And when you say damn the 16th century, that's damn near
1591.
yeah, 1591. You talking about what? The end of the what? Ottoman Empire going into not Ottoman Empire. Yeah, it
1591.
might have been
No,
the end of the Ottoman Empire because you said the trans-Saharan slave trade, so that was Ottoman.
the Ottomans were still in control. They were still around 1591. The
Right,
Moroccans
right.
were there. You had Spain and Portugal that were getting ready because 1609 is when they start kicking out the Moriscos out of Spain.
Okay,
So that's
right. So
1609.
check it. So now, with that being said, is all of these so-called slaves that's coming to the Americas, are they Islamic at this point?
Yeah, some of them.
And
Yeah,
they're Christian. If the Islamic is doing the enslaving, then are these Christians that's coming? So now, when anybody talk about the west coast of Africa or any part of Africa, you got to make sure y'all keep in mind the date of Africa and who was in control. So who are these people? Are they Islamic or Christian? So therefore, if they coming across here Islamic or already Christian, then they're not ignorant to the Bible or to the Quran or the Mohammedism. They're not ignorant to it. So for them to have this story that they say that they taught Nat Turner how to read and the Bible and all of this right here, no. If they came from Africa, they already was in religion. They experienced religion way before us.
yeah.
And see, people be missing that. They was already religious. So therefore, if they was already religious, it ain't no way they can lose their culture or their language or anything like that when they was already religious, my brother. See, that math don't add up to me, if you can understand what I'm saying. And you talking about from 711 AD to 1492. That this Islamic really came into European contact and established itself. You feel me? And held establishment and rule by way of Africa. So
Hey, OTK, hey, listen to this.
Go ahead.
See, when I heard this, I was like, huh? I had to read it back. So with this Moroccan invasion on the Songhay, let me see if I could fix this. With the Moroccan invasion of the Songhay, bro, when I'm looking up who was the Moroccans, guess who the Moroccans was?
The Arabs, bro.
Yo, the niggas who was fighting for the Moroccans, they were quote unquote renegade Christian Spaniards that was fighting the Songhay.
Fact, bro.
Yeah, they had Spanish mercenaries rolling with them, Christians that was rolling with the Muslims against the Africans.
Listen, these are the people who became your Knights Templars. Huh? Remember, the Knights Templars was protecting Muslims and Christians. Oh, matter of fact, let me go back before that. Your Knights Hospitallers, where the name hospital came from. Come, hey Jay, boy, hey, listen, this ain't the same OTK that you introduced me to YouTube to iSlip, man. You introduced me to this YouTube. You came on and backed me up on that one show, like, yo, OTK, one thing you don't never do is let nobody control your source. But I'm gonna pull it up for you, my brother. I remember that show, Q Butter Show.
Yeah.
Where and from that day, dog, me and you been building together. And one thing I love about you, you never was a go along to get along dude.
Right.
Like I had to explain everything to you.
Right.
Like why I feel this way and all that, bro. And you showed me how to screen share, all that right there, man. You know what I mean? And I used to talk shit like, man, I don't know how to do that. You was like, yo, you gotta learn.
Learn it. Yeah, you gotta learn it.
You old ass nigga, you gotta learn. I can't do all that shit.
Yeah.
I used to be like, well, man, fuck it.
Right?
Word. Word, bro. I used to be like, man, well, fuck it then. I ain't doing that.
Right? Yeah, we had it rocking. That shit was dope.
And then Truest came in, Spiderface, shout out to Spiderface, Truest, all them boys. Day one, Unscrambled Minds. That was our sister company, like, you know what I mean? Still is to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, they'll let me up, they'll rotate people, but they'll let me up and let me stay right now to this day. And that makes me feel good. You know what I mean? Because they don't give me, I don't give a fuck about no titles or no none of that, bro. You know I never did. But
right.
You know what I mean? They give me respect for the information that I brought and for the awareness that I brought. You know what I mean? I'm an Indian missionary, bro.
Mm-hmm. I'm already hip.
Word. I'm a fucking colonizer. And I'm an Indian missionary, man. For real.
I'm just connecting the dots with the year, because then I said Massachusetts colony. What year was that established? 1630. And 1592. Well, yeah, I think it's 1591.
That makes sense. 1930 with John Smith and them boys. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put myself in a time period and just go around the world and see who's doing what. I know Spain had colonies early.
You deal with America, bro. How about let's do this? Bro? Let's start a series on your show with me, you, and Truist do a bill, and we go date by date from 14. We can start with 1492. Okay. But we're going to start in the Caribbeans and all of that. You feel me? Dominican Republic and Haiti, we start there in 1493. And then in the 1500s, we start getting into parts of North America. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. We can do a timeline if that's what you want to do. I'm willing to do that with you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you know,
just pick a year. We can pick a year and go all around the world.
Yeah, or we can pick like 5 to 10 year gap, because it's a reason why they call things
yeah,
what
periods.
Centuries, what they call it, centuries and decades and centuries. It's a reason why they call it, because that it's always a plan within those set years. You feel me?
Yeah.
Right. So we can do something like that, like a 10-year period or something like that. And we can start from
But let me ask
1490s to
let me ask you, what do you know about, because my mind is still in this time period. I'm still thinking about the 1500s, early 1600s right now. What was going on in the Carolinas around the year 1630? Oh, here you got muted. What happened? Oh, you're on mute.
Yep. All right. So it was still American Indian business in 1630s. You wouldn't see no documents in my parts of South Carolina in 1630. Reason being because they didn't know nothing about us until like 1663.
We got a map.
You know what
They got
I
a
mean?
map.
That's when you see your first peoples. You already know that's my shit right there. You already know. You don't see people being in Carolinas to like 16, or what is now today South Carolina, to like 1663.
Which one is
And
South
then
Carolina on
16.
here? Is it the green one?
Nah, it'll be your yellow one.
Really? It say Virginia.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the top part. So this part right here will be, that part right there will be North Carolina coming into South Carolina. What year is this map, bro?
1630. Hold on, let me move this.
Go to your 1715 map. 1715 map.
All right.
Yeah, because that didn't have no states, and I like that map right there too. 1715, and that's your war too. In 1715, that's your Yamasee War. So, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see Massachusetts.
Nah, not that one.
Okay.
Not that one. War map. Go to your 1715 war map.
You don't like this one?
Type in war map, bro.
Okay.
Nah, type in war map.
All right, 1715 war map of South Carolina.
No, ain't gonna be a South Carolina.
So 1715 war map of what? Of just the United States?
Yeah. Let's see. War probably. Matter of fact, it was a map that was drawn to the King of Scotland. Damn, boy, you ain't been studying enough, bro. Word.
Go ahead, you teach it.
Down, bro. Your search engine is fucked up. Your keep scrolling down. Damn. Now I see why you, man, that's why I love you, bro. Because
oh, I can't hear you anymore. I don't know what happened. I don't know if you went on mute or what.
oh, your search engine is weird. Yeah, let me get it real quick. Why my shit come right up like that? This shit is crazy. Hey, that's some politics, right? They don't want to see that shit. Yeah, there you go. This some politics. This shit like is crazy, that shit in school and don't want them kids to really know the real shit. Yeah. Shit. Alright, hold on, bro. Not showing you what the hell. Shit. That's not the one we watch. Hold up. Alright.
Kareem, nah, this is OTK, not true.
It's crazy. Alright, I stopped. Yeah, let me.
Yeah, it's connection issues. Connection.
Alright, hold on. Let me try. Let me share again.
Alright. Alright, I see you. Hold on.
Alright. That. Now you. Alright. Let me blow it up.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so this is 1715. This is a war map that they write back to the king of England. And if y'all go and get this map and y'all blow it up, y'all can see that they showing how much people in the chieftains are in these areas. And this right here is your Casas that end up be going into Texas with Top Cat, who say they are. The shipbuilders, they right here with this river and this coastline next to the mountain. You see the French right here. This is what? Now today, Louisiana. You know what I mean? Part of Alabama, Louisiana. All of this right here at the bottom is Jacksonville. Up in here is Alabama, and then coming into South Carolina. This is Georgia. You know what I mean? And going into here is Georgia, and then you start going up in the new states. This is 1715. So North Carolina is a place. Florida is a small part because Florida was Spanish rule. All this is English. You see this where it said English settlement right here on your right-hand corner? With a H at in the south of Carolina.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. And you see right above that, it say French refugees. Okay, so that means if you got refugees over here, that means they hiding from the war. They hiding from something while they refugees. They done ran away from something. Okay? So we see the French over here, way over here to the left. So for you to have French refugees over here, those are what we will call later on your French Huguenots.
And a Huguenot is a certain type of Christian?
It's a Christian and an Islamic person. They is Judaism. They practice Judaism. From what they say, they practice it at its core, which is Judaism. French Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, Moristos, Conversos, they all the same. They all Jews.
You talking about through bloodline? That you saying they bloodline Jews?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Give me a second. Just look at this real quick for your audience, man. Let me blow it up a little bigger because I looked at that shit on another level when I scrolled out. But just
Mm-hmm. See if I can take us off this. Yeah, I see the French over there with the little flower thing, the little flower emblem that the saints still carry. English settlement. So the French refugees, English settlement. So maybe, how did the French seek refuge all the way on the eastern coast, away from their territory in Louisiana? Level country. Didn't it look like, I'm not sure what that mountain range is right there. French refugees, English settlement, French refugees. I think he said this is from what, 1715?
Yep, 1715. So listen, this is why I asked you this, man. I thought you were caught on with the year of 1715, bro. So 1715 was around the time of Napoleon over there.
Okay.
Okay. So now you're talking about the French supposedly doing their thing and taking over because Napoleon is about to become the emperor.
So he had to fight the Ottomans then.
Okay, brother.
Let me see. Did he fight the Ottomans?
There you go. Napoleon fought everybody from with his letters. And remember I told you, Napoleon documented his life heavily, bro. If they can credit those writings to be Napoleon, he documented his shit heavily.
I'm glad we saying the name Napoleon, right? Because I forget where I was going the other day, but I was listening to the Outlaws. And I'm hearing a lot of political speech in Tupac's raps. But at the same time, he sounds like a socialist. But the niggas he named around him, he gave them all names: Napoleon, Gaddafi, Hussein, and he's Machiavelli. But I'm am I correct in saying all those people he named were like fascists? But then Tupac, he rapped like a socialist.
All of these people was misunderstood. And the reason why I say these people was misunderstood, because my truth might not be your truth, bro. Truth is subjective, my nigga. You feel me?
So what made Napoleon feel like he could just go crazy and wage war on everybody and take over everybody's country?
I'm saying what led him up to that. Somebody did something to Napoleon.
So you think he was it was payback for France? He
I mean, if we gonna keep on tracing back with these wars, bro, we gonna trace these shit back to the Bible or the Quran.
So why
we gonna trace all these wars back over there to the Bible or the Quran, bro? One out the two. That's why it ain't no rabbit hole no more, bro. Because we already know the game. You feel me? We just don't know the in-between game. That's what we've been lost. We know the beginning, we know the end, but we don't know middle part of the game, bro. And the middle part of the game is where all the shit is at, because so much happened in the middle.
Yeah.
From where it started from to where it's at now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
You understand what I'm saying?
We just filling in the gaps.
Right. So the rabbit hole is really in the middle, not the beginning or the end of the conversation. You don't get the rabbit hole into the middle of it.
Yeah.
Word. Because that, if you a person that say truth is subjective, your truth might not be my truth, bro. So that's why truth is subjective. It's not objective. So anytime somebody go against anything I got to say, bro, and they don't got nothing to back it up to, dog, that's your subjective thought. That's why your boy OTK is who I am, because you put that thought in me like, yo, bro, you solid. You know what you know, OTK. Why the fuck why you can't teach me this American Indian shit? And I was like, yeah, I am. But I didn't know how, bro. On some real shit, I didn't know how. But now, going through journeys, I know how to be a master student. To where I can be a master student to everybody else.
But teach me. Well, I want you to teach me this. Where does this Carolina name come from?
That wasn't the original name.
Okay.
All right. So we know Carolina was a mixture name. You know, they'll tell you Catalina.
So why does it sound Spanish?
Yeah, they'll tell you Catalina. But at this time, too, now you got to understand. Remember, the Spanish and the French and the English pretty much been unconnected together with Isabella and Ferdinand. So, the descendants of that are both. So this is when they start saying, hey, Latin is going to be this language. This the common language. Oh, no. Spanish going to be this language. Ooh, this right here. Nah, we got an offshoot. Motherfucking Portuguese. Fuck that. We going to talk this over here in Britain. You feel me? All this shit was going on during this same time. And you got to also understand in 1715, remember I told you about the Spanish Armada, bro? And about the Queen's Anne ship, the Queen's Anne Jewel ship.
You gotta remind me.
That's the ship that wrecked off the coast of St. Augustine. Remember I told you that's how the Spanish lost to the French?
Okay.
Because they didn't have no more money to fund their war. So the ship wrecked off the coast of what they would call Florida, St. Augustine, going into Georgia today.
Yeah, the Spanish and the French were fighting.
Right,
yeah.
Right. And the Portuguese been not joining the Spanish, but then they flipped. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They flipped and went with the French. You know what I'm saying? And then the Spanish once they ain't had no more money to fund their war, they lost. Just look up your Spanish Armada, that type of shit right there. Look up the Queen's Anne.
Man, Spain been through a lot of wars, man. Spain is like in all the major recent wars.
Because Spain was made up of more than one culture. Spain was Al-Andalus. It was Madrid. You know what I mean? It was all, that little area right there was really the meeting point. That was really the meeting point. Because you can walk from Northern Africa there, what they call Africa. You can walk there, and then you can walk from France there. You can walk there from Italy.
Yeah.
All you got to do is come up and travel on around. You can walk right there, bro. Oh,
Yeah.
you can sail it from the Mediterranean, bro.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? That was a major trade route.
Yeah, they had to fight. The Spaniards had to fight. They didn't have a choice.
They ain't had no choice. So when they say fuck that, we gotta become our own people and we can control all this shit right here, all this trade coming through us, and man, fuck that. We're gonna do this in the name of God. That's when they pushed the Islamic out, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that medieval history is my favorite history, bro.
Yeah, and then another thing too, we can't forget about plagues.
Yeah.
Boy, it was so much plagues going on, bro. And when they tell you the number of deaths of people who was dying from plagues, you would be like, holy shit. Hold on. Whoa. Dog. So when you start jotting these numbers down, it's going to make you go back and look like how we look at slave voyages, and we be jotting numbers down with slave voyages and diving into it with the embark and disembark. Dog, when you look at these fucking plagues and all of these shit that was going on, bro, you're going to be like, holy shit. Where the fuck all these people come from? How is it this much people?
I think Europe is in trouble right now. Europe is in a lot of trouble right now. And even the American white man, he's been complaining and crying more than I've ever heard and seen him cry. I don't know if you peeped that, but they're panicking in Europe and they're panicking here.
So the reason why they're panicking in Europe, bro, is because they see Europe was always the one with a president. That's something that Europe implemented. A president, a king. A president ain't no different than a king. All right, from what they come from. Now, when you dealing with those biblical countries, nah, you got to be appointed by somebody a head, and or it's either ruled by the people. This is your problem. This is the Roman Church going against which is by Paul. It wouldn't be no Roman Church without Paul. Let's get that understood. It wouldn't be no Christianity in Europe without Paul. Big facts. They might have had Judaism and all these other type of sects, Hinduism and shit. What else? Sufism. They might have had these type of things rolling through there, but Christianity, believing in Jesus Christ, that the Holy Roman Church was built on, that came there. That separated the church.
Wait. Hold on. What year is King Philip's War?
King Philip's War?
Yeah. Was that like 1660 something?
1619. I think, like, hold up. No, not 1619. Because the Pilgrims came in 1619. His daddy was cool with that first dude that came. The problem came with the first Pilgrim's son and King Philip's son, who was Metacom, King Philip. That probably happened like 1630s, 20 something. My bad, bro. Man, my fault. I ain't on the right day. I'm supposed to be so well versed in that. Man. You know me, bro. I study history, bro. So dates
1675 to 1678. You know what? I need to study this because it happened right up here. I could probably go see the sites and everything.
Yeah. So, you know, that's after actually King Philip daddy and old boy who he warred against daddy was the first Thanksgiving up north. That's what that's the peace treaty that they had. They started mills, factories, all kind of shit in that time and working with them. It was your Anglo-Saxons that was in Jamestown that started acting up. Now you got to understand, the Pilgrims are Protestants. Your Anglo-Saxons are Holy Roman Church type shit. Or
come on, OTK, come on, like old times, man. Go ahead, let's read this shit.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll start it off. Fuck it.
King Philip's War, called the First Indian War, Metacon's War. Metacon War or Pocotamoc Rebellion or Metacon's Rebellion was an armed conflict in 1675 through 1678 between a group of indigenous people of the northeastern woodlands against the English New England colonies and their indigenous allies. The wars for Metacom, alternately Metacome, the Pokanoke chief or sachem of the Wampanoag, who had adopted the English name Philip because of his friendly relation between his father Massimo and Plymouth Colony. But let me tell y'all a true story.
Massasoit.
The reason why they call him King Philip, see, they didn't call his daddy King. You feel me? The reason why they call Metacom King Philip is because when motherfuckers came to talk to him, he said, man, I ain't talking to none of y'all. Take me to your king. Who y'all call y'all king? And that was the story. You feel me?
Yeah.
That was the story behind that. So that's how we got the name King Philip, because they say the way he acted, he demanded respect like a king. So he's really like one of the first American Indians to be called a king. That was the chief. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, they signed a treaty in 1678 that brought a close to the war. There are no surviving copies, so historians use a summary by Jeremy Belknap in his 1784 book. Okay. Massasoit.
This is the beginning of your American Indian slave trade, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
He signed a treaty and he said, I would rather surrender than to be made slaves. But when they surrendered, they still was enslaving his fucking peoples. And the only reason why he surrendered because they've been done lose so much people due to the guns, to where he said, well, goddamn, my whole lineage is about to get erased. Too much people done died, man. You know, and he thought he was saving his peoples, bro. But he wasn't, man. And that's the story behind him, bro.
It says the early Plymouth colony claimed preemptive rights to the entirety of Wampanoag country through early alliances with some native leaders like Squanto or Tisquantum in Massasoit, also known as Ossimaquin.
Right? Remember I told you about Squanto? Remember I told you?
No, what did you say about Squanto?
Remember I told you about Squanto? Squanto was the one that was the interpreter of the tribes in England. Remember I told you that some monks ended up purchasing him when he went back over there. He went over there just to travel over there and spent years over there. Came back, taught the people them, you know what I mean, their language, and then he fucked around and got caught up in the American Indian slave trade and got taken back over there. Some monks bought him. He told the monks, like, nah, I won't go back to England. I've been there before. And they sent them back there. Squanto and Pocahontas kind of go hand in hand.
So wouldn't Squanto be a black European?
No, Squanto's American Indian. Nah, he's American Indian.
But he went to Europe. You said he wanted to live in Europe.
Yeah, he went to Europe. And he stayed across that motherfucker for years, bro. For years. Big fact.
So he was a black European when he was there.
You wouldn't have no Thanksgiving, bro. Like on some real shit. Without Squanto, you wouldn't have no up north Thanksgiving. Big facts. I heard there was other Thanksgiving in places, but I'll leave that alone. But you wouldn't have no up north Thanksgiving.
Okay. However, English claim to the land relied entirely on misinterpretations of native leadership, which viewed Osamequin or Massasoit as the native king of the land, despite the existence of other territorial claims under local leaders like Namumpum or Widamo. Okay. Then it's just talking about the history of the colony. Okay, meanwhile, the death of Osamequin, native diplomacy with the settlers fell apart as colonists tried negotiating with Wamsuta in the same role they did with Osamequin, but slighted female native rulers, Sonksquas. I never heard that term. You ever heard of a Sonksqua? Oh, another word for Seiko. Okay. Of the land, and erroneously claimed Sakonnet and Pocasset land as freely given. This created further tension between colonists and natives, as Puritan beliefs did not recognize female leaders as legitimate, despite the great power they held within native societies.
Bro, you're not going to hear none of these names. If you're not a person who studied original American Indian chieftains, you would not know none of these names because everybody only knows the 5 civilized tribes. Oh, I'm Cherokee. Oh, I'm Choctaw. Oh, I'm Seminole. But they don't know they smaller chieftains. You feel me? We got to understand that smaller chieftains became assimilated into bigger chieftains, but you had a starting point. Good word. Go ahead.
Okay, so now we're in the 1600s. So we see what's going on in Europe at the time. You said we got niggas, we got people like, what's his name? What's that dude's name you was just talking about? What's this nigga's name right here? Where's he at? Where's he? Oh, damn.
Oh, Squanto.
Squanto. You said we got Indians like Squanto that are in Europe at this time.
Right. Teaching them how to grow corn, teaching them how to grow potatoes and all of that shit there. He went there for a reason. He went there to help save their life. So that's why in 1776 they broke off. Because they said, God damn, these motherfuckers done became rich off of us while we doing all the work over here. We about to break off of these motherfuckers. We ain't no longer there in the servants. That's the whole reason why these pilgrims broke off. These pilgrims and some Anglo-Saxons got together and they broke off in 1776 from Britain. And say, dog, we no longer fight for the fucking kingdom. It actually happened in 1774 with the Dunmore's War. That was the last time you would see any militia in America fighting up underneath British rule, bro.
Mm.
And that was up in the Ohio area. You know what I mean? I'm saying, my bad, dog. Sometimes I be going off sometimes because, boy, I listen, when it come down to history, I'm a history fanatic. And I be all on it. American history is something you don't see people talking about, bro. That's what I do. And I'm willing to build with other people on American history. And we're gonna do a timeline.
Yeah, this is a Indian massacre 1622.
Yeah. How the fuck you got people like Squanto going over there and staying over there for years and getting educated in their ways and then being able to get sent home?
Damn,
and getting caught up in the slave trade again. And that's how you end up over there again, because he got caught in the slave trade again because
that's a crazy. Nah, I'm just thinking like, yo, what was it like to be alive in 1622 or 1630? Like the world at that time is hot. You just had the war with the Moors and the Christians, the Reconquista. You got the expulsion of the Moriscos.
They didn't have no war. They didn't have no war with the Moors.
Who?
Who had a war with the Moors, bro?
The Christians.
Nah, they didn't.
What you talking about? They didn't.
They had a war with Islam. Name a war that had with the Moors, bro. I'm waiting.
Name a war that who had with the Moors?
That the Christians had with the Moors, bro.
I can't think of a specific.
I know
they had wars in Ceuta.
You know why you ain't gonna be able to think of that? Because the Moors are Christian. Remember, I've been telling you that from day one, bro. You ain't want to believe me. I said, man, the Moors are Christian and Islamic. You said, nah, OTK, that ain't right. I said, yes, they are, bro. Yes, they are. That's why they got separated. But they just used that at first. Moor wasn't used as a complexion. Moor was used as an ideological belief. It wasn't till later that Moor got used into a complexion when they was trying to dictate who the fuck gonna kick out or not. All right, y'all motherfuckers that look like y'all mixed up, y'all motherfuckers Moors. You swarthy motherfuckers, y'all ass up out of here. That's how that shit went down.
And what are some of the major commodities that's in the world at this time? What are the major trades?
Slave trade.
Yeah. Yeah. Slaves.
Food, definitely they need food because don't you know during the time of the Great Expulsion, what they call a Great Expulsion in 1492, don't you know they was in the pretty much like in the end of the Great Plague? I think it was called the Great Plague or either the Black Plague. Just look up what plague was in the 1400s.
This one right here, Black Death. Oh, nah, 1346 to 1353. Bubonic plague, pandemic.
That's the beginning. Look where it's at, though. Look where it's at, bro. Ooh. Look where it's at.
Right?
You feel me? Look where it's at.
Yeah.
France, Madrid, England, Britain, Ireland, Scotland, Portugal, Sicily, Italy. Look where it's at, bro.
It's in Egypt too. Yeah,
look where it's at.
Mediterranean.
Right. And they got stories about that in Egypt. Remember the plague hit? That's during the time of Moses. All right, but I'm gonna leave that alone now. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone. But the plagues. Now, look up the plague of the 1400s,
Oh
bro.
shit, this is wild. Ooh.
Yeah, bro. Listen. See, people don't study history like I do.
Oh,
They just study the literature. No, you got to study and see what was going on. Dog, these people was killing people if they thought they had a sickness.
Yeah, we gotta go into some. Yeah, we gotta get into some of this.
Bro, this is when they started saying feeble-minded. This is the beginning of your IQ test, bro.
I thought you were gonna say of eugenics.
Eugenics. Yeah, eugenics. IQ test, you know that came out of eugenics.
Yeah, the Black Death. You see, the origin of the Black Death is disputed. Genetic analysis suggests Yersinia pestis bacteria evolved approximately 7,000 years ago. Blah blah blah. How did it transmit though?
You know what that come from, innit? Everybody just shitting and pissing on the streets. People just dying on the streets and shit like that. They had a problem with that. They didn't know how to get rid of waste like that.
I thought the Romans had what's it called? Like water filtration system.
In Italy, bro. That was in Italy.
Yeah.
And in Africa, and then what they would call Kemet. That wasn't all around the world, bro. That's why every place else was considered behind time. But the Spanish try to start doing their own shit.
So they went through a plague in 1346.
Right, bro. At the height of a war now.
What
at the height of a war. This is when your Ottomans is also fighting against your Knights Templars.
Right. Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to.
I got you, bro. I'm gonna tell you, man. You helped me become a better person on YouTube, bro. And when we be talking on the phone, you be like, man, that's the shit you need to say on when we on live, and I be like, all right. And we get on live, I don't say that shit. But yeah, I'm gonna give it to you, bro. Word.
So let me ask you this. Yeah, go ahead.
Black Death. This is the Black Death. So in 14, they say the Great Expulsion is 1492, but really in 1430, I want to say a queen started making Latin official language and was claiming the throne. All of these are family members for one of them, anyway. But claiming the fucking throne, and she was like, "Fuck that! We getting rid of all these motherfuckers right here. Ain't no Spanish language. You know what I mean? It's gonna be Latin. You feel me? So, and this is Isabella, them boy. Isabella coming on right like 100 years right after this. Isabella and Ferdinand, and they just complete the expulsion because they're coming out of these plagues. It's another plague that happened after this, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
In the 1400s. Yeah, that plague affected all of them, bro.
It even made it to the Middle East. It's in Baghdad.
Yes, it did, bro. Yes, it did. That's why they was calling them infidels. Because they was coming in with these plagues. Look where the majority of the plague is coming from, bro. European countries. Right now, today in the Americas, all of our sickness come from European countries.
1656.
That was one of their models right there.
Yeah,
That
this
was
is
one of the
crazy.
problems. That's where the scarecrow came from.
Oh
Hmm.
shit. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
wild.
that's where the scarecrow came from, bro. The
That's
scarecrow
wild.
death, bro. Big facts. And that's what your witch doctors, them boys, be when wearing and shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Your doctors, what I just tell you, your plague doctors, that's what they was wearing. Damn, I ain't mean to take you down this rabbit hole, bro, but
Nah, it's interesting. Because
yeah.
history is like, you just
Bro,
imagine
it's come from Sufism.
what?
Some of the first forms of fucking Islam and Hinduism. I mean, not the first form of Hinduism, but second form, third form of Hinduism, first form of what they would call today Judaism. Some of the concepts of this right here came from that, bro.
Concepts of what? Came from what?
This spirituality system. It came from another place. This is way later on, bro. This shit was getting practiced in BC times, bro. This is where your boy Abram later turned into Abraham. He got a dose of all these type of spirituality systems, bro. That's why Judaism and conference, all spirituality systems, bro. When Islam and Hebrew came out, that started separating. That's where the split came in at. You feel me? But other than that, though, bro, they the same thing. That's why it was easy for them people to convert from Christianity to Islam or practice both. Because they already was to it still has some similar basis to it.
Yep.
This is when you come out with all these different books, bro. Where
Oh shit, the first plague pandemic in history. It was in, where does it say? In Italy?
Yeah, you talking about that's the first documented when they started documenting it, writing it.
The plague of Justinian affected the entire Mediterranean basin.
And they thought they was giving the plague because they had the people working too much. So they thought it was the people of Judea that was giving them this sickness, in Africa that was giving them this.
I never heard of this one. So this took place during the rise of Islam. So from 541 until 750.
Yeah,
I ain't never really.
You got Mohammedanism going on.
Yeah, I never heard of this plague, the plague of Justinian.
Yeah, so you heard about it. You probably just heard about it in Greek mythology. Because everything that's real in Greek history, bro, is written in Greek mythology. That's why it's like, fuck, how do we believe what's real or not when they was reading Greek mythology? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they credit everything, every sickness, every attribute of something they attribute it to a god or a goddess.
Oh shit, they saying.
And Greek deity.
Several sources attest the plague's origins in Africa. According to Jacob of Edessa, the Great Plague began in the region of Kush, south of Egypt, in the year AD 541-542.
So you know who Edessa is? Odysseus is Odysseus.
Odysseus. Okay.
Right.
The Odyssey.
So now you talk about the Ptolemy rule. Ptolemaic period. He came like, I go ahead. I want to say he came during after Alexander or during Alexander, but go ahead. Or before Alexander. Go ahead, bro.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm just reading this, and they're debating.
Yeah, I want to make sure this was older than Alexander, and you know what I mean. Odessa's story also revolves around Achilles' story in Greek mythology. But go ahead, bro. I love Greek history, man. That's go ahead.
You do? Yeah, I recently started learning about them. Nah, I'm just piecing all the history together. They say this Justinian plague. I know Justinian was the Byzantine ruler. They're calling it his plague, but they're saying the historians think it started in Ethiopia. And then it just makes me think, they say the Ethiopians were the first Christians and they got it from the Greeks. So it makes sense that maybe it did come from the Ethiopians in their contact with the Greeks that they would get that plague.
Right, because Ethiopia is Islamic before the Greeks came in. You got to understand, bro, Alexander came in to run the Muslims out. He was running the Islamic people out. You feel me? He came into Africa. Kemet didn't have no force, no military force before Alexander, bro.
Okay, that's a good topic. What about the American Indian military force?
We've been had that. It just wasn't documented at this time because nobody knew about us over here, bro. Nobody knew about us over here. You got to understand, people didn't write about us over here in North America, bro, till like 1500s. 15th century. Let me, because it might be late 1400s. You might find writings, but I'll say 15th century. 1400s, 16th century, 1500s. They was writing about us in North America. I can't speak for the islands and shit like that, bro. That's people, they gotta talk to you on their level, bro, because I don't know. But I'm telling you though, bro, nobody in North America was documented before 1500s. And that's facts. I'm waiting. Matter of fact, I'm waiting for anybody to write about any parts of the Americas before 1490.
Be careful.
I'm being careful. Listen, I'm asking. No, listen, I'm not saying that there's nothing. I'm asking, I want to see. I want to see any.
Well, I got a sneaky answer for that. The sneaky answer for that is.
Can I finish my question first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you might have an answer to my question, but I, you know, y'all know how you go, Jay. But what I'm saying is, I'm waiting for anybody to show me anybody writing about any parts of the Americas before 1492.
Okay.
Not no theories, but with proof to back it that they came across here. Because I heard the theories of the Nordics. I heard the theories of other people, the Vikings or whatever like that. But I heard the theories of the golden spear tip and all that. But I need evidence and proof. So now go ahead. Now that I cleared up my question, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, they say in the Viking sagas they talking about North America and their travels.
See how I know you was gonna say something about the Vikings. You know it. Your Nordics, your Celtics, your Celtics, and all of this shit right here. Nah, bro, that's a theory. It never was proven true.
I mean,
I'm saying, bro,
geographically, it makes
yeah,
sense.
like this though, bro. If you came across here and you found a little milk and honey or whatever like that, why wouldn't you been made multiple trips back here or take what we had over here over there? Why would you not do this?
Look,
If that makes sense.
This is what
So
they
in other
did.
words,
Look,
we was
look.
to Africa and say we had liked something in Africa, or we like something in Europe.
They
Dog,
came
we
here.
come across here all the time. We about to come across here all the time and get that shit and bring it back to us. We don't see these stories, bro. We don't see no American Indian story pretty much starting until 1490. Now, when we start digging in farther into history and we start seeing these stories with these motherfuckers writing, with these people writing, and they start talking about a people from a distant land, it makes you wonder, like, damn, this motherfucker from that distant land got all the concepts, all the mind frame, us over here. So it makes you wonder. I agree with that, bro. I agree with that. Go ahead, Jay. My bad.
Nah, I'm chilling. I'm listening. I'm just saying. Do you consider Greenland the Americas?
That's like the beginning part of Canada, right?
Yeah, it's the big island that Trump was talking about taking.
That's the beginning part of Canada, right? Isn't that the beginning part of Canada right here on your map?
It's right here, but it's separated because it's an island. But Canada, this is Canada down here where it says like Vinland. That's Canada. This is Greenland.
Part exposure, Greenland. What is it? Greenland, Finland, Iceland? That roll together? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, Iceland, Greenland, and then they call
And
it Vinland.
Right.
But they said they was trading with the Indians.
Nah, I wouldn't call that America, bro. If you wanna call something all continent, bro, it gotta be connected. Now if that bitch connected to Canada, bro, any shape, way, and form, if it's connected to Canada, then that bitch is part of America.
Dang, so y'all giving up Greenland, bruh?
No,
Come
you
on,
heard
man.
what
Look.
If
I'll
it's
show you.
bro, if it's connected to Canada, bro, I can't see the top part of the map to see if it's connected.
Look. You see it?
Yeah, that's part of America. Yeah, that's part of
So
America.
you're claiming it. All right, you ain't giving it up.
That motherfucker look like it fit right on there. It just looked like it just floated out. Because of natural disaster, bro. Yeah, it just looked like it floated out. Is that an actual map of it and how it's situated?
Yep, this is all right. This one right here is geology.com. It's another picture. So you can see Norway down here, Sweden, Iceland. This is Greenland. And then up here is Canada.
That motherfucker stretching out damn near into the Hudson Bay.
Where you see Hudson Bay?
No, ain't the Hudson Bay at the bottom of Greenland?
This is the North Pole up here.
Oh, okay, all right. Scroll down.
I thought the Hudson.
What is that? New York next to that motherfucker?
Hold on, look at this one.
No, I need to see
You see this one?
what North American state is next to it, bro. Yeah, what's at
It's
the
not next.
bottom?
It's only next to Canada.
What's at the bottom
All right,
coming
hold on.
down to the bottom left? Oh, okay. All right. That's better. Okay. So yeah, so that's coming in the main and all of that shit there. Okay. Okay. All right.
Oh no, I feel like it's almost like a separate continent.
Nah, it ain't no
It's
separate
like its
continent.
own continent.
Nah, it can be its own country within the continent, but nah, it ain't its own continent. Like all that shit look like it's connected with the top part of Canada and all of that shit like that, bro.
Yeah, but you
Word.
could say the same thing. Europe and Asia is connected.
Motherfuckers might be putting this map like this together to make you think Pangea existed. And you know what be tripping me out, bro? Motherfuckers be talking about, yeah, the common split is when Pangea existed. Man, when Pangea existed, there's no forms of human life, what we would call human, or none of that during the time of Pangea. Let's be for real, man.
Right.
When they
That's what
said
they said.
everything was connected, man. We got to quit with the bullshit. Where no people was here when Pangea existed, bro. And I'm using they science. If you leave it up to me, I would say yes, they did. Because one thing we know for sure is if a woman and a man get together, they can create life. So I say that shit been going on, bro. You understand what I'm saying? If that makes sense. I don't believe life started no 6,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, but that come from the Bible.
Yeah, that comes from the Bible, and it also comes from science. But then science was actually started to try to prove the Bible right, to try to prove God. But when they saw they couldn't prove God, that is when the split happened with science. And when the split happened with science, it split the church up. Let me stop, bro. Let me stop. OTK,
Greenland.
the casino, what's happening? Milestone, what's going on, baby boy? Casino C79. Damn, I'm just getting chats. How many chats you getting through, bro? Because I did share this on my side, too.
Yeah, I think everybody's sleeping. It's 3:30.
Yeah, that's good. That night they can go back and watch it, though. Man, I'm chilling, casino, man. I ain't lying. Just building with my young OG. This motherfucker smart for his own good. You feel me, casino? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gotta get back into just going down the rabbit holes, man. Just study it.
Yeah. So what's up with Truist, though? I'm gonna put this out on the record. Truist used to be a real Pan-African. Is Truist still a Pan-African, bro?
I think we going back down.
From your point of view,
I
do
think
you think
he's
Pan-African or you think he more Indian?
I think he's like a moderate Christian. That's what I see him as right now.
Yeah, that's his belief and his ideological belief. I'm talking about as far as whole. Do you think because of who he's with, and we know who he's with, that he's tapping more into the indigenous side and that's what might be changing his
He's
ideology.
FBA. He's FBA. That's what he is. He's FBA. That's what he says.
What is the F?
Yeah, he'll break that shit all the way down for you, man.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna ask you first. What is the F? Because if you tell me what the F is, foundational. So when you hear foundational, what does that mean to you, brother? My G.
At the time of the founding of the country, when the Constitution was penned, that's the foundational.
That's what you think.
And leading up to it, and leading up to that point, yeah.
Okay. Well, why you don't look at foundation as being the beginning of everything, any structure, any system? You gotta have foundation. Any culture, ceremonies or anything like that, you gotta have a foundation where it starts from. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. So therefore, we need to be looking at foundation as meaning the first hair.
That's Aboriginal.
No, that's foundational too.
So you claim Aboriginal or just American Indian?
I'm American Indian. I'm an Aboriginal of this land, meaning the first head. My people's have been the first head. And I'm foundational too because I know my people's them help build this shit.
So
see, it's
do you agree that melanated people are Aboriginal on every continent of this earth?
Certain places, yes.
Okay, certain places.
Yeah. Just like I believe, I believe that I don't believe that everything comes from black, bro. I believe that it was multi colors, multi shades born, maybe not at the same time, at different times or whatever, but in different places. That always been my belief with that. And that's one thing I got a belief in. That's what I believe, bro. Until somebody proved me wrong, I'm gonna stick with that. Nobody got proved me wrong yet. Because me and you went into that dive about depending on how the sun shine on you, that can change your complexion, and it also can change your DNA.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember those early science builds.
Yeah. Especially when we were getting in the DNA with the reference panel and the paper trail, because I was heavy on you about doing your genealogy.
Yeah, they updated the DNA. I got new DNA. Now I'm Spanish, nigga.
What?
Now I got Spanish and you know what I mean? It changed.
Say word, bro.
Yeah, it changed. It changed.
Say word, bro. Yeah, you lying? Saying that shit just to say that shit, bro.
Nah, I got new stuff in my DNA. They added Spain. Before it used to just say Portugal. Now it's saying part of it is Spain. They're calling it Iberian Peninsula. So I got
right. That's Al-Andalus. So the Iberian Peninsula is Al-Andalus, and then it was Iberian Peninsula first, or maybe it was Al-Andalus first. But then the Iberian Peninsula was like, yo, this in the Iberian Peninsula, you're surrounded by 3 sides of water. So this area was like another melting pot like Kemet, where everybody came into. Where like you could come and practice your faith there.
Mm.
They just
know,
wouldn't
man.
bring. I mean, they just wouldn't bring Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. They also would bring Kemeticism and Phoenicism and Hinduism.
Mm.
That's why they had to have that meeting there with your councils. And you don't believe me, bro? They was going through councils for damn near 900 years, bro, before the Council of Nicaea too. It was going damn near 700 to 900. I don't want to overtalk, not 9, maybe 700 to 900 years of council of the Chaldean 1, 2, council of this and that, council of this and that, the council of Nicaea.
Before you go too far, what do you think of the FBA? Like for us claiming FBA, like should we claim FBA?
Not if you thinking you come from Africa. That's what we trying to get Tyreek on. Like, yo, bro, you was an African descendant of slave at first with ADOS. White people started getting the benefits off of that. They was African descendants of slaves. Then you try to change it to American descendants of slaves. White people was getting benefits off of that shit too. So now, years down the line, 5, 6 years down the line, now you come up, now you saying FBA, Foundational Black American. Bro, we got you on video saying that you American Indian, your people's an American Indian and all this. You can't find no traces back to Africa, but you trying to show, no, this is where the conflict of interest comes in at. And shout out to my dog Bap, because Bap say he need to talk to him about that. Because we not trying to give up the black name, because too much American Indian heritage has been tied up underneath black, Negro, colored, African American, to where we don't want to get that shit back. And I think that's what they're on, bro. But to me, I ain't black. I'm an Indian, bro. But I know how people's talking. I know what they talking about. I know what they speaking upon. You feel me? So once I question somebody and I find out what they trying to say when they say black, I know where they mind frame at. I'll leave that alone when they speak upon it, because I know that they know what time it is. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no, we good. I'm chilling. I'm just soaking it all in, just listening, man. Looking at my DNA results, my updated DNA results, man. You know?
Yeah, I'm a different type beast, Jay. So when I first came on, thanks to you. You know what I mean? I already was a researcher, but fucking with y'all make me research the research. So when I be telling them, like, yo, I'm self-taught, they be like, what? I was like, yeah, bro, I'm self-taught. I don't got no master teacher. I learn off of everybody.
Yeah, learn from everybody. Yeah.
That's why I'm different, bro. I don't know what the fuck you saw in me, but I appreciate you for seeing that in me and fucking with me, because I wouldn't know how to share no screen, no that shit. Put no fucking debate together, no none of that. And I jump in the ring with a debate off.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I forget his name now. What was his name?
I don't know. Has been. We ain't see him no more. Everybody I debate, dog, is just done with. Even root words, and that's my dog, but he's done with. But back, that was a good debate with the hunter gatherers. It wasn't more so like who went. It was more so about bringing the information out. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I love the debate, and for him to even take that debate with me, means a lot to me. Like, dog, you know what I mean? That's a respect level, and I appreciate that. You know what I mean? I'm a humble dude, bro. You know, I don't like them. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with my peoples now. And I can get assholish now, but I'm a humble dude. I don't got no wrong with telling somebody like, yo, appreciate you. Thank you for this.
Yeah,
bro.
I miss when we would have the streams with the Calvinists, with the Muslims, with the atheists, with the
Who should we
believe in? Those was getting crazy. Those was getting crazy. I didn't even know what a Calvinist was.
I didn't either. But then once we found out he was a Protestant too, and he was rolling under Calvinism.
And you know, it's so funny. Oh man, we had an Ethiopian and a Somali. We had an Ethiopian Christian and a Somali Muslim on the same channel, bro. That is rare. They don't really interact like that.
It helped me understand history also, because now we be like, yo, all these boys here, boom, 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 such and such was ruling. But no, they had inner problems that was going on. All we hear about is the people who writing, because the people who was at the head or the winners is writing. But we not hearing about the lower level that had contentions, who just as powerful as them. We didn't hear about that. So to hear about some Calvinism and all of that, bro, that was something different. That was real different to me, dog. And that took my studies to a whole nother level. Like, for real, for real. Like, I don't think none of them boys will want to debate me on some real shit, Jay. Truest.
Okay, nah, don't say true.
Truest, not a coincidence. YK, I know what YK doing right now with that boxing shit. Let me see.
Yeah, I see it.
And I told him that, dog, that's your strength. I love your commentary on that shit, dog. Shout out to him for that shit, man, with the sports and shit like that. But he don't want no debate with me. Dog, you have hell trying to find a debate with me. Sonetta can't even find none, bro.
You can't get overconfident though. You can't get overconfident.
No, I'm not overconfident. I'm just saying, when it comes down to this American Indian shit, bro, it's gonna be hard because they don't know American history.
Right.
American history is a whole nother different beast. When you say American history, everybody thinks 1776.
I'm gonna be real with you. It's you and not a coincidence that study that. See, like even for example, like Sean, he be studying Africa. YK studies what does YK study?
Not a coincidence is not even studying American history, bro.
YK do kind of black American too.
Yeah, YK, I would say YK study American history. Matter of fact, I would say Shah's son study more American history than a lot of them. And it's only because we be putting things out there and he go and research it. So he can find a foothold in it to come back and talk shit to it about. But at the same time, he's learning.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So, but yeah, bro, they don't want this. They don't want no smoke with this, bro.
What? Okay, let me ask you this. What?
And I'm saying this right now on your channel. Anybody, we can find a topic that we disagree on, and we can go in on that, man. It's whatever. We can do the debate right here on my brother channel.
Is the United States of America an American Indian government?
It's based upon it.
But no, you told me the president. You told me a president is like a king, and that comes from Europe.
Yeah, so it's based upon multiple American Indian governments, not just one, bro. It was multiple articles that was written for it to be established. In order for that United States to be established, they had to have permission. And that's what I'm finding out. They ain't just do shit, bro. They had to have permission because they was trying to break away from their indentured servitude. Over there, see, people don't look at it like that. Colonizers wasn't really colonizers who was coming around just killing people and taking over land. No, a colony could have been fucking 4 miles, 4 square miles. That was a colony.
So, in American Indian government, did y'all have hereditary rulership? Was it through a bloodline?
Usually be the woman. Matriarchic society. If it wasn't no more in the bloodline, she will pick the chieftain. But the thing about American Indians, dog, we had more than one chief. Like we had a chief of war, a chief of the tribes, a chief of this. We had multiple chieftains, bro.
So would you?
But Nana, who we would call Nana today, Nana was everything. Like even before you go hunt, before you go do anything, you come and consult with her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You feel me? That's how you know we're not part of the tribes of Israel or none of that. Because they believe in a patriarchal society. You are who your father is.
You're saying we're matriarchal.
Right. Right. See, and the reason why they do that is because that will separate Ishmael from Isaac. All right. Ishmael was the firstborn of Abraham. What they are saying you are who your mother is because they trying to say Sarah was an Israelite and goddamn what's her name? Ishmael mama, man. They trying to say Ishmael mama wasn't an Israel.
Hagar.
But she came out of she came out of Egypt or something like that. You know, Ethiopia. She came out of Ethiopia or something like that. You know, supposed to be their slave. You know what I mean? They servant. So that's how that shit end up being. I'm saying anybody, bro, anybody.
Hey, you gotta be careful, man, because you know truists love to argue. You love to debate.
Listen, I don't care nothing about no arguing or no debating or no none of that, bro. You got to prove it. That's just it, bro. I'm surgical.
Are you ready to go up against AI in these debates? It's 2025, 2026. You ain't fighting one-on-one no more. You fighting against AI and debaters.
Most of the shit that they got uploaded in AI, I probably put in there. What the fuck? AI is still coming from a person. It's coming from multiple people who's been uploading shit inside that of algorithm.
Yeah.
All right, come on, man. Come on, bro. I've been showing y'all about robots long time ago. Remember, Jay?
Yeah.
I showed y'all
Yeah.
AI before AI is what it is
Yeah.
now.
No,
Showed
you're
y'all
right.
that.
You're right. Yep. I remember that. With the Indian dude. I remember.
Right. He uploaded himself to
Yeah, I remember that.
That motherfucker was following and she was like, fuck it, I'm gonna ask this bitch a random question.
Yeah, that was like 2 years ago.
Answer. That was like about 4 years, almost 4 years. We damn near 4 years deep, Jay. Time not fly like that. We down there 4 years deep, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said though, man, any of them boys, man, we can have a good conversation. You know,
Right.
me and True is
right.
Me and True is always. We can have a good conversation. You know,
I do think we gotta keep it. If we're gonna talk about the Bible, we gotta tie it to history, though. You know, we gotta tie it to real to history.
The time you tie the Bible to history is when you're talking about their history over there, because their history starts with the Bible, bro. That's why science got split up, because science said, motherfuckers older than 6,000 years. Well, if you're going to say motherfucker older than 6,000 years, you got to say that they ain't human we is today. That's why they saying these boys is animal form, this and that, and boom, now they come from apes and all that, because that is genetics, bro. That's the only way, because science was proving the Bible wrong, and the Bible was proving science wrong.
Yeah, see,
So now you got a conundrum. Everybody who was in the first part of what is created, what is called science today, they all was in the church.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
This is how your Masons was formed, bro. And the reason why I say Masons, because the people who was going against the church but still with the church would be your Knights Templars at first. But then when the church flipped on them, and then they killed all of them boys and all of that, this is when they say, yo, we're going up underneath these banners, boom. We're going to hide our shit, but this is our ideology. This today is what we call Masons over here, bro, and fraternities. So now I'm going to ask you, can you show me anybody being called a Mason over there in that part of America before the 1500s?
You said in America?
Now, on over there on the other side of America for the 1500s, was there anybody being called a Mason in the 1500s over there before they knew anything about us over here in North America? Was there any Masons?
Is there any Mason? Probably not. That probably comes later. The Masonry comes later. The title, not
So
the
the
practice.
Masons
The title.
created in America, correct?
Were the Masons created in America?
Correct.
You know what? No, actually, they have Freemasons.
Look it up real quick. Look it up real quick. Put it on the screen.
What you want me to look up? Where was Freemasonry created?
Freemasonry, yeah. Was Freemasonry created? Where was Freemasonry created at? They'll probably give you the establishment to Egypt and all that right there because that's their concept. But I'm talking about the name Mason.
All right, let's see this.
They might have been being called other things out there. Like what I'm telling you is that they were being called Templars.
They say in England, man, 1717.
Okay, bro.
I don't know. I mean,
the height of a war, you talk about the height of the transatlantic slave trade too, correct?
1717, yeah. Yeah.
Also, when Napoleon about to come into power.
However, its origins can be traced to the earlier stone masonry guilds of the Middle Ages in both Scotland and England, with Scotland's Lodge of Edinburgh being established as early as 1599. Origins in medieval guilds. The modern form of Freemasonry grew out of guilds of stonemasons who built cathedrals and castles. These early operative lodges eventually accepted honorary members, evolving into the speculative or symbolic Freemasonry of today.
So they was also part of the so England and Scotland at this time is family members fighting.
Yeah.
Say that they own the crown. And now you got the church saying, hey, we appointing people. We next to God. When the next time you on OTK? I don't know, bro. Whenever Jay reach out to me, bro, I'm coming through. I be sitting back watching a lot of his shows because I want the education from him that he be doing, you know what I mean? I ain't no casino. I'm gonna be on a lot more. I tell you that much. I'm gonna be swinging through a lot more.
Yeah.
We're trying to put something together. Start like a series. You know what I mean? Maybe start that who you should believe in.
I was gonna ask you that. I was gonna ask you. You think you got another one you could run like that? Maybe not the same type.
I got plenty of those shit, and I still got all them boy number too. I need to reach out to all them, man. Have them come through.
Shit, it's winter. Niggas gonna be, you know, more in the house and just.
It all depends where we at. Remember, where it's winter at us ain't winter to other people.
Yeah.
That's how we know one person is right about these people up there. That don't mean that go on everywhere. That's another thing I had to realize, Jay, studying this American Indian shit, because the shit that's going on in what we call today Virginia or whatever like that, that wasn't necessarily going on in what we call today South Carolina or Georgia or something like that. You feel me? So That's what I tell everybody, man. Study your state.
Yeah, you've been saying that.
Way more chieftains than what y'all think it is. Than the 5 civilized tribes. It's way more chieftains. Matter of fact, before 1715, our ass of chieftains was documented. It's after 1715 when we see Georgia and North Carolina become a state. At the 1715 and Yamasee Wars, we see that a lot of American Indian chieftains end up becoming part of these bigger name chieftains. That's why they say you're extinct. When they say you extinct, that don't mean the people gone. That means the name is gone. Huh? Let me. When they say extinct, it don't mean that the people is gone. It mean that the name is gone because you assimilated into something bigger. And I can show you it was 100 chieftains in the Yamasee Wars, bro, during the 1700s. And then after 1715, bro, you don't see nothing but like 4 chieftains, bro. The Catawba, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Yamasee. That's all you see in the creek, bro. That's all you see come after the 1715 war that ended right here in my hometown where I'm at in Goose Creek. So my whole chieftain name was gone, bro. I had to go back and dig and research. And that's why I got historical markers up now, recognizing the American Indians that was around there, and recognizing that this is American Indian territory. Yeah, bro, because I go and I do bigger research. So when I be saying chieftain's name, motherfuckers be looking at me like, yeah, right. We don't know nothing about them people. And then when they try to research, they can't find them. It's a reason why you can't find them, bro, is because they got assimilated in the bigger chieftains. But I'm from here. So I can give you a way that you can find them. And then they still trying to find other ways, bro. But it's 4 o'clock, my dog.
Yeah.
I appreciate you for letting me come up and build with you.
You already know we're still going. Be back soon.
Yeah. Yep, I definitely come back. You already know.
Yep. All right, man. Let me get some rest too.
Yep.
All right.
But I hope Chew is listening.
Oh yeah, I'll let him.
Y'all want to have a good conversation, just like a real conversation on some real shit. I'm down for it. It's a neutral platform. We can come right here and we can have a neutral conversation about shit. You know what I mean?
Anybody's welcome. Yeah, anybody. Any school of thought.
Any school of thought, and you already know that's what I've been on, man. Just wipe your shit off at the door. When it comes down to talking about this real shit, dog, your religion, your beliefs should not come involved. You already know that.
Yo, okay, let me ask you this. You think we could organize something between Truist and Faisal in like a little, we ain't never really had a debate, but I know Truist would love to have a one-on-one with Faisal when it comes to certain stuff in Islam. I'll kick back and enjoy the show.
The thing is, they two in the same.
Nah, True has been on his Christian mercenary shit.
I know. And a Christian mercenary ain't no different than an Islamic. So you want me to debate both of them?
No, I'm saying I want to hear them have a discussion. Because True has been on his Christian apologist shit. And you know, Faisal don't budge when it comes to Islam. He's not going to move. So I got to see if I could get them back on the same page and, you know, just open it up, let people talk. Shit, I be seeing you be having Hindus on your show. I'm like, where this nigga be finding? Like, where this nigga be finding these Hindu niggas at? Yo, this shit crazy. What's his name? What you used to have to do Pastor Tanks, and you had some young dude.
They be finding me, and then I pass them on to other people. I pass them on to other people. That's why I say, man, I'm just here to put something on your mind, man. You can go research everything I say. Fuck it. You know, and after that, then you done with.
Yeah.
But I seriously think, though, bro, that when I brought out that the American Indians was getting took over there and all of that, bro, fuck the game up. What you say, bro? Hey, go ahead.
Listen.
Listen.
You've been selling that album. Listen, you've been selling that album for 2 years, nigga. That nigga been selling that album for 2 years. Yeah, you on a two year run with it, bro. We really need new debate topics, new arguments. That's what we need. You on mute. Let me take this down. Yeah, I don't know what happened to your audio, TK, but you right, 4 o'clock. I'm about to end this live. Most likely I'll be back tomorrow. I'm just gonna start going live again. Doing a little bit of reading, little by little each day, just rocking it like that. But since we in a new season, about to start getting cold. Feel like studying, feel like learning. Ain't got nothing better to do. But all right, y'all, appreciate y'all. I'm about to get up out of here. OTK, I'm about to get up out of here, man, in the stream. So I'll holla at you, bro. Peace out.
All right, bro.